first of all, so this is actually Mary's thing. What your dogs or anything, you have to finish pretty good. Second of all, it's super rash to do it. A rash of it, so I remember we had to put off that until she was back. Remember Rob asked her to rash. That was like yesterday. So that's what I'm saying.
Why don't we just do the executive session?
I think we need a full executive session. This is specifically three in like 3 weeks.
I'm saying do that at like 3 before the meeting. Remember we did that?
Yeah, that's cool, but this is a meeting before. This is specifically and so that it should be before, but I agree with you.
Let's do it. What are we, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Right?
You're right. You're right. No, you weren't. I like it to hear I love you. Don't forget. Thank you. Person comes
My kid.
saying very mean things about your boss.
That was a really heavy sigh.
Because I didn't know the
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this public hearing to order. Bethany, can you please sit down?
Sorry, yes.
Appreciate that. Thanks a lot for coming. Sarah, can you please recognize the council members?
In attendance, we have Ms. Hallam,
Here.
Najee, Mr. Davina, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Palmesina, and on the phone right now is Mr. DeMarco.
I think DeWitt's in the back.
And then we also have Mr. Walton and Mr. Senior, who's been in the room.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the first of 3 public hearings on the county's 2025 budget. This evening, we'll be hearing from Pittsburgh Regional Transit and the county's independently elected row officers regarding their proposed budget for 2025. Public comment will be received by council after the invited guests have made their presentation and answered council's questions. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Please be respectful as everyone else speaks and observe their time and limitations. I'd like to thank Ms. Kellerman for changing her. She was supposed to be first tonight, but the sheriff has another engagement, so she decided it should be okay to go to number 2. So, Sheriff and Deputy Kearney, Chief Kearney, nice to see you guys.
Thank you.
Welcome. Ready when you are.
All right. Thank you, members of County Council, for having this tonight, and thank you for your continued support of the Sheriff's Office. Does everybody have one of these booklets?
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yep.
We appreciate this opportunity to present to you what the Sheriff's Office mission is and the services we are committed to providing throughout the year to the citizens of Allegheny County. As you can see on the Sheriff's Office overview slide, the Sheriff's Office consists of 3 main divisions, which are the Courts Division, Civil Division, and the Canine and Education and Investigations Division, the 3 divisions. The organizational chart in the upper right-hand corner shows each division has a chain of command that leads to a commander who oversees and supervises the daily operations of their respective personnel. Our office strives to operate effectively while building upon new initiatives. As we prepared our 2025 initiatives, we tried to focus on the future and how to ensure that our mission is met. From policy review, crime prevention initiatives, effective technology, increasing community partnerships, and focusing on training for our office. The Sheriff's Office understands how essential training for law enforcement personnel is critical to our mission in providing the highest degree of public service and public safety. From de-escalation, simulation training, drone search and rescue training, and much more. Also on this slide, our K9 Lassen is showing you what training is required upon hiring, and I also think it's important to note that our deputy sheriffs are duly certified under Act 120 and Act 2. We're the only sheriff's office in the entire state that has full police powers. Same as state police, city police, Ross Police, Bethel Police. We're very proud to have those powers. So we have mandatory update training every year to ensure we are up to date on the laws and policing techniques to best serve and protect our community. While training is essential to providing optimal service, we also prioritize community service by partnering with organizations for a variety of things: Turkey Roundup, Presents from Police, Sweats for Vets, the Tree of Hope program, Western PA Greater Pittsburgh Toy Run, Diaper Drive, Project Safe Halloween, Nursing Home Connection, Presents for Patients, backpack and school supply drives, blood drives, and we also annually participate in the law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics. And that's just a few of the things that we like to do for community service. Another initiative we implemented to best serve and protect the citizens of Allegheny County is our goal to utilize technology.
Unknown participant is now joining.
To optimize our allocated budget, we utilize existing capital funds to offset technology-related expenses. From reporting software, vehicle software, and essential equipment with advanced technology for better policing. We also provide useful links on our website and utilize social media frequently to promote services and provide valuable information. We even implemented a new K9 request button this year on our website, which has been a lot of positive feedback on that. We currently have 5 K9 teams, 2 dual-purpose bomb dogs, 1 dual-purpose drug dog, and 1 single-purpose tracking dog. And in addition to those 4 dogs, we have 1 facility dog, which we use not only in the courts systems, but we also take them out into different communities throughout the county. And that's K9 Lassen. Our K9 unit is an invaluable resource to our citizens and operates with zero impact on our budget, as our unit is self-funded to afford our dogs the proper vet care, food, and equipment, as well as our K9's training and certifications. This is one of the ways we strategically offset our costs to stay under budget. My office is committed to staying under budget and utilizing our annual budget allocation to fulfill our core functions. We strive to optimize our budget appropriation every year, and with the rising operational costs, increased costs of material, supplies, services, as well as many underfunded mandates, we find a way. From raising our real estate, civil recording fees, to salary and wage recovery, to offsetting essential projects, trainings with our capital and grant funding. For our 2025 budget, we are respectfully requesting to increase our adopted 2024 budget to $26 million to continue meeting our budget appropriation with the rising costs we are all facing, and to ensure we can continue providing the best services to our community. On the next 2 slides, you can see some of the vital services that we provide to the citizens of Allegheny County. This year, we offered 12 satellite firearms. This year, we've offered 12 Saturday firearms licensed to carry concealed events. 8 of those were spread out through different communities in Allegheny County, and we've had 4 additional Saturdays where we issue these licenses here at the courthouse on Saturday mornings. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback on taking our services out into the communities. We also, in conjunction with that, we offer our Project Dump, which is a project where we collect and we dispose unused medications properly. That's the acronym for dump. And that also is a very successful program, because I believe, if we're not still the only one, I think we were the first law enforcement agency that would actually go to you to get these medications. We wouldn't make you come to a drop box. You call the number, we set up an appointment, and we'll come meet you, and give you a receipt, take the narcotics, and get a court order and dispose them properly. And that's one of our main priorities as far as preventing opioid-involved overdoses and fatalities. Well, this is just a brief summary. A recently updated website allows you to select a division and learn more about each service, as well as important resources with our office or community, especially within our real estate division. On this next slide, we continued offering virtual and in-person real estate sheriff sales for the convenience of the participants. Our RIT division, which consists of 11 deputies, works hand in hand with the real estate division to serve all legal documents. We also met our primary responsibility of the transportation division, which is to safely and efficiently transport incarcerated individuals throughout the county, the state, and the nation. We fulfilled our core responsibilities respectively to arresting fugitives, as the sheriff's office is the long arm of the courts. Lastly, you will see the snapshot of our Warrant Office statistics and updated website information, as it is our priority to provide help and resources. But on to our notables of 2024 on the next slide. The Sheriff's Office remains committed to protecting the vulnerable, promoting, training, and leadership opportunities, helping those in need, and keeping everyone safe. Lastly, we're looking forward to 2025 and ensuring we maintain cost-effective strategies to not exceed our budget appropriation while fulfilling our core functions of the Sheriff's Office. I'm looking forward to working with all of you and for your consideration with our budget request for 2025. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer, and if unable, I will certainly look into any concerns you may have, and I will get back to you as soon as possible following this public hearing. So that concludes my presentation, and I'd like to take questions if you have any.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for the very informative booklet and the budget. I have one just comment before I go down the line with some questions. So I looked at your budget and I saw that you were increasing the salaries of the new deputies. Just a question. I'm assuming because it was low, this will make you more competitive and also maybe be able to retain your new sheriffs instead of losing them to other municipalities. Is that what that's for?
That's part of it, yeah. Like you said, it's a mechanism to motivate, to attract and retain employees and to be competitive with other agencies, because I don't know if you have the previous wage structure in place, but we made some pretty much long overdue needed changes to that to increase wage for my office to be more competitive.
Did you happen to see more people applying for the job than you've done in the that just dawned on me? Is that you getting more applications for the sheriff department?
We did for this test once the wage structure was publicized.
Okay.
It was significant compared to our last three tests.
That's great. Appreciate that. I'm going to start, Don, with to the right this first time, then we'll come back this way the second time. So I will go to Councilman, if you're not ready. If you told us first?
No, I'm not ready.
Okay. Councilwoman Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman Palmasina. Thank you guys both for being here today. I really appreciate it. I have 3 questions. If I get more, I'll take them, but I will do 3. And for anybody in the audience, I'm going to ask everybody these same questions. So you just have the misfortune of going first. So the first question is, and you did touch on this, is the amount that is proposed in this 2025 budget the same
Unknown
as
participant
what you
is now
asked for when
exiting.
you submitted your request to the executive's office? I think you said you asked for 26 million in your presentation, and the proposed is 24.23. Is that accurate?
I don't have that in front of me. I thought we were at 26 million.
No, it's 24,230,038.
That was a 24.
No, that's in the recommended for this budget. 24 was about $1.3 million less, 22,933,037.
Okay.
So you asked for 26 and you got 24.23
Okay.
proposed? Okay, yeah, That was just my question, but you gave the numbers in your presentation, so I just wanted to clarify that discrepancy. My second question is, there's been a lot of talk about taxes lately, right? And so one of the biggest feedbacks we've heard from a lot of our constituents about the proposed taxes, and a thing that keeps coming up over and over again is, like, let's just cut waste. Let's just find out where we can cut spending. So my question regarding that would be, in this budget as presented to us, the $24.23 million, what percentage of that do you think is waste that you could cut if need be? And where would you cut it?
I don't know where I would cut it. I think that those numbers are reflective of our core functions of the office. And I believe that we spend the money for the core functions of our office.
Yeah, it sounded like it in your presentation, so that's what I thought. So thank you for clarifying that. And then my last question is, if we were like, hey, we have all this money, do you want some extra money? What would you prioritize with that extra money? Like, what do you wish you had more money for in your department?
Training.
Training, gotcha. I appreciate it very much, and thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you.
Councilman Gritzbeck.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Kraus. I very much appreciate the presentation. Going to be similar to Councilwoman Hallam's questions. I'll only be asking one question, but it'll be the same of every group. If you did absolutely have to cut 10% of your budget, because if we don't have any millage increase in Allegheny County, that's, rough order of magnitude estimate on what would have to be from each department to cut. So if you had no choice but to cut 10% of this current budget, where would it come from? Would it just be a direct decrease in the number of personnel that you're able to employ, or what would that look like?
The short answer is yes.
Okay. So we would see a 10% reduction in the sheriff's office and the number of sheriff's deputies, roughly, order of magnitude.
We're allocated 177 sworn positions. I believe we need to be fully staffed to run this office efficiently. I'd have to take a much closer look and maybe get back to you with an answer. I don't right off the top of my head as I'm sitting here know where I would just start hacking my budget.
Right, but a 10% reduction would be significant for you then, it sounds like.
It would be huge.
Thank you.
Not in a good way. Thanks.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairman Palmasina, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. I would like to make a personal comment that people from my district, District 2, I've received very positive comments about the phone scam updates. A lot of people have come and said that those are helpful, and so please keep them coming, because it seems like they are raising, those are appearing out of nowhere all the time. So that's been very helpful, because you're a trusted source. So thank you for that. I do also have questions that will be across the board to every person who comes and sits in that seat. And just, they're really yes or no's. There's no gotchas. One is, I could phrase it two different ways. Do you own, or I am assuming you own, property in Allegheny County?
I do.
Okay. And as far as from your position, has anyone from the administration approached your department, about implementing any austerity or cost-saving measures for this year's budget? Anyone from this administration come to you directly?
No.
Okay. And did this administration ever reveal to you the extent of the proposed 46% tax increase?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Futolis.
This is a generalized comment. This is not directed towards you or any other department here today. I've been here 16 years. One time we had a 1 mil increase 12 years ago. It was not easy at that moment to do that. And today we're looking at a 46% tax increase for 2.2 millage increase. The problem I see is we need 10 votes. I don't know if we don't have 10 votes right now for that. The problem is, what is this council going to come up with by December that will be suitable for every department and the taxpayers of this county? That's a difficult question or answer at this time. I don't know what the answer is today. I'm not an expert on this. But the bottom line is, something will happen eventually. But we don't know what department, if all departments could take a small cut, just because we can only get to a certain point with 10 votes. And that's exactly what it's going to take. They said that this is the largest increase in the history of this county. I'm not sure if that's an actual fact. It may be, I don't know. But the bottom line is, my goal was to try to maintain this county for a shorter period of time until what time we can find something different to look at for next year. I'm not trying to fund us for the next 5 years or 6 years. I'm trying to fund us for next year. And I think that's important for most of us up here, that we want to try and keep our services. We don't want to lay people off. We don't want to stop programs that aren't important to us. But the bottom line is, we're the ones that have to make this decision. It's not an easy decision. So by December, I guess we'll all know what we come up with and where our budget's going to stand. But in my position is that I don't want to cut, but I don't want to go too far into the future. I'd rather see what we can do next year, because maybe something new will happen. We got a reassessment coming. We don't know. So my bottom line is try to keep us moving, but not necessarily get us too far into the future by overtaxing the people of this county. Because just like the rest of our council members, I think I'm over 100 emails by now, and let's face it, we're all taxpayers here in this room. We all own a home just about, and even if you don't own a home, your rent's going to go up. So it's a fine line between this year and the last 16 years. For me, it was quite simple. For most of the time, I didn't have to raise taxes, but here we are with the largest increase in the history of this county. And I'm going to promote and do the best I can as one council person. I'm not speaking for everybody here, by the way. I'm speaking for myself.
Sure.
Because I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. But I do want to say that I'm going to do the best I can to make sure this county moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. President Katina.
Thank you, Chairman Palmesina. Sheriff, you don't need to have answers for these questions tonight, but if you could get these answers for me at some point, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to know the number of open positions you currently have in your department and how long those positions have been open. I'd like to know, there's a decrease in your charge for services, and I'm curious as to why that decreased. And the last thing is that, could you get back to me on looking at your budget and what measures you could possibly look at as cost-saving measures or austerity measures, basically, at this point in time. So thank you, Sheriff, but other than that, you do a great job. Thank you for all your department does.
Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. And thank you, Sheriff Kraus. So my understanding is, based on your response to other questions, that your ask for the coming year is independent of the administration's proposed new budget, the 2.2 mil increase. But had you been aware of that and all of the the concern that's been raised about that, would you have looked at your budget differently? I know that's hypothetical at this point, but
I mean, whatever you give me, I mean, I'm going to make it work.
Yeah.
I do not want to cut jobs. I do not want to lay anyone off.
Yeah.
So I'd have to take a very closer look on that. I feel that everything I'm asking for is reasonable, and like I said, it allows us to provide our core functions,
Yep.
not only to these buildings, but the Allegheny County.
Yeah.
So I mean, if I was asked, I would definitely take an honest look and try and get back with an intelligent, adequate answer. But I mean, whatever I'm going to get, I'm going to make it work. So.
okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. And I thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Councilwoman Chepkus.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I was online listening until I arrived here. Thank you for your continued commitment to safety of the residents of Allegheny County and the visitors. I know that the satellites in my district have been wildly successful, and you've had a lot of folks participate in that. So thank you for that and your continued commitment and engagement with community. Just several of my colleagues had asked some of the questions that I wanted to pose, but one of the things that I've been thinking about is in terms of efficiency of departments and technology that would be needed. Is there a wish list, or is there something that you would want to invest in to streamline and make more efficient operations, whether that's new technology or something that is kind of on a wish list that if we had this, we could do things a little bit more efficiently and better to reduce costs? Is there anything out there that could be of value to you and your department?
Yeah, I think along those lines, we've been shopping for a long time for our payroll, to be more efficient in our payroll process. But there's just some inherent stumblers in there in getting that done. We also schedule overtime manually, which if we had software that could schedule much more efficiently and effectively, that would be something that would come to the front of my mind. But certainly we're looking at technology every day to see what's best and what would fit, for what we need. So,
thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilman Walton.
Thank you, Chairman Palmacino. Sheriff Kraus, I'm not going to pontificate or belabor your presentation. I just want to say thank you for being here tonight. I've known you for a number of years, and you continue to operate in a manner that is both responsible and accountable. And for that, I say thank you.
Thanks.
Most of the questions that I have already been posed to you. But I do want to ask this. On this body, I'm the only African American. And while that concerns me in terms of how we represent the members of Allegheny County, I'd like to know the diversity numbers in your shop and how many people of color have leadership responsibilities. I also recognize the difficulty that law enforcement agencies have in terms of recruiting. And so you are saying that you want to increase compensation in an effort to retain folks that you have. But I'd also like to better understand where you are, and I'm not going to make any accusations in terms of lack of diversity or minimizing diversity in your shop. I'd like to know where you are and where would you like to be over the next 4 years.
I clearly think diversity is a priority in representing your community. I can tell you law enforcement right now that's a major challenge. But certainly it's a priority, it's needed. And I think that goes to recruiting. But do a better job recruiting. I don't know if any of us have the answers of trying to diversify. It's just a challenge, but certainly I respect it and appreciate it.
So I'll just share with you can't do it tonight. There's no way you can give me the numbers tonight, but share them with me if you would.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sam DeMarco, you on there?
Yes, sir, Chairman Palmacino. Thank you for recognizing me.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff Cross, I apologize for not being there in person, and I also apologize for you having to be the first person to go forth here and give a presentation when, again, we're in a position that I haven't seen council be in for the 9 years that I've served on council, and that's where we're looking at a perspective, not just a tax increase, but what most folks would consider a humongous tax increase. And therefore, all eyes now are being looked at almost every line item on the budget. I think you and your department do a phenomenal job.
Unknown participant is now
joining. You know that I'm a
joining.
huge supporter. But I do have a couple questions here. You mentioned overtime. Out of the personnel budget you have, currently right now for 2025, well, let's look at 2024. how much overtime, what was the total cost of overtime for your department? And you can tell us what it mostly consisted of.
I don't have the number in front of me, but I will get back to you with that. Most of the, like, for example, like, and I'll compare to the city police if they're still like they are. Every job, we're 1.0 for every 1.0 position job. I know with the city, when I was there years ago, there was 1.7 people available for one position. So it's, the overtime comes anytime somebody's off. We run numbers, minimums, but there's just inherent overtime. I mean, based on what we do. But I don't have the exact number for 2024, what it was.
Okay. Then I'm looking at your line item budget, under expend recovery, okay? 2023 audited actuals were like $1,462,455. But in 2024, the adjusted budget, it was $4,980,000. Now this is coming out of your budget, okay? And then 2025, it's recommended $5.75 million coming out. What is expend recovery there? What is that?
Expend recovery for which line item?
I'm looking at in the comprehensive fiscal plan, under your budget, you have personnel, fringe benefits, supplies, repair and maintenance, fixed assets costs, services. Then it says expend recovery, and it's actually a subtraction. It's not revenue, so it's listed as an expenditure. And like I said, in 2023, the audited actuals showed your department was charged $1,462,455. In 2024, it jumps to $4,980,000, or at least what was budgeted. And then they're looking at it taking $5,750,000 out in 2025. And I just did, and I apologize because I'm just a councilman. I don't know what that means, and that's why I was asking.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it and probably have a further discussion with my budget manager about that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for everything you do. Thank you, Chairman Paul Messina.
Thank you. Sheriff Kraus, all these questions are thrown at you. They're going to be thrown at everybody else. So, next day or two, just crunch the numbers and send an email out because, all these questions are coming at you, just coming from all angles. So appreciate you answering the questions. Just send an email out, and then we can just talk amongst ourselves.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal. I think Councilman Macy now is joined with us. Bob, are you on there?
Yes, I am.
You have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are welcome. President Katina, I think, has one other question.
One last question for you, Sheriff. In our budget manuals, we get a top item, basically the top number items. Is there any way we can get a detailed line item budget for your department? I'm going to be asking the same question for everybody, so we can actually break out the various lines on the budget?
Yeah,
Detail?
Like I said, I'd like to have in response to these questions, have another conversation.
If you could ask your budget manager if she could provide us a specific line item so we can go through and look at everything, because I think that might answer Councilman DeMarco's about the recovery as well, so.
All right.
Any more questions to my right? To my left. Sheriff Kraus, Chief Deputy Kearney, I want to thank you both for coming. I also want to personally thank you for all our meetings we have. Sometimes they get a little rambunctious and they get a little crazy down here. And the men and women that you have on duty here always make us feel safe, and we appreciate that.
And unfortunately, we probably added to your overtime, but thank you for everything you do.
I wasn't going to say that, but.
Yeah. So we know you have another engagement, so thank you for everything.
All right. Thank all of you. I appreciate it.
Ms. Kellerman, PRT's on deck. Ms. Kelman, how are you?
I'm feeling short.
Take your time to adjust it. I think before you start, I think I always ask this question when I see you is, how are things, number one? And the families that we had tragically lost to COVID, I know you stay in touch with them. How is all that going?
Not on.
You're on now.
We're on now. Thank you, Dominica. So the families of our folks we've lost him, they're going to spend the rest of their lives with the holes in their hearts. I had the pleasure, though, I want to say back in June, our rail department had a picnic, and one of our retirees was there, and we spoke. And now that he's retired, his beard is this long, and his son was one of the first operators, which we had lost to COVID. We talked about how his kids were doing, and it was good to hear about how they were doing. But the best part of that conversation was that our board, and by extension then this council, that we had been able to be so supportive of these families. So for instance, for the families who had lost somebody to COVID, they didn't have to pay any of their medical bills. We decided that we would cover that through our reserves. We have a very generous policy, but when you're grieving the loss of a loved one, you don't need that bill in front of you. So a lot of the things that we were able to do to give extra support to our family were things which were graciously supported by our leadership. So we thank everybody involved in that.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're living the dream, of course.
Yes.
We have the pleasure of working at the best transit agency in the country, in the best city in the region in the country, but I'm biased. I just came back from Buffalo, so I love us even more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, and it's nice to see you again, and feel free to start your presentation when you're ready.
Well, thank you. Councilman Palmasina, President Katana, all the county council. I'm Catherine Kellerman, the CEO at Pittsburgh Regional Transit. You can still say Port Authority, it's okay. I'm joined tonight by Dominica Brown. She is our Chief Financial Officer. I think this is your second year now, second of ideally many to come. Thank you for including us. I think as everyone here who knows me knows, if there's air in the room, I'm going to talk, but I know you have a lot on your agenda tonight. You have folks signed up for comment, so I will try to be brief, be bright, and be gone. There's a lot of information in front of you, and we're happy to come back or have subsequent conversations. We will talk a little in here about bus line redesign. Councilman Walton, thank you for speaking with me recently about that. Probably more appropriate for us to schedule a time to come back to this council to talk about that. But we're also ready to sit down and work with your offices to hear back about this project. I want to stress that where we are with bus line redesign is the very first. What do you think? This is putting 3 shades of paint on your wall and deciding if any of them work. And the input from your constituents and from your offices is critical for us going forward in this process. I also want to stress that nobody is getting left behind. If you have constituents who have service, it might look different, but nobody will be left out in the cold by this project. So that's just my preemptive thing, and so now let's dig into the budget. Lots of sheets in front of you with lots of numbers on them. So our 4th slide is ridership trends. You see 2 really big, the big years of pre-COVID ridership. Our ridership has come back up. Ridership is different for a whole bunch of reasons. People don't come into jobs 5 days a week like they used to. I don't know many people who liked that even when everybody was doing it. We also continue to see shifts in travel patterns. So if you grocery shop on the bus, it's really difficult. You do it several times a week. And instead of paying that fare now, you can get your groceries delivered. People do televisits with their providers on the phone. And people are using our service differently. So we are working on some projects we'll get into later about how we're revamping service, what we're doing for ridership. If you'll excuse me quickly. I did want to hit, as we're here at the very beginning of the presentation, you see our ridership from fiscal year 23 to 24, and 24 is down within the neighborhood of, it looks like about 70,000 trips. So here is our information with that, because we're showing you a presentation with flat or slightly lower ridership, but revenue continues to grow. So in October, we updated the service we used.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Sorry. Back in October, we updated the software used to track our ridership. We have 4 different mechanisms we use to track ridership. One is the fare box, so how many times the operator taps, or someone taps a Connect card, or they tap their phone. This includes a person who is paying at all pennies and gets to 85 cents and the operator waves them by. This includes the 17 students boarding at one time, but there's actual data at that fare box. We also get money and pass information that come back from our vehicles that say how much cash came in, what was the value of the passes on that vehicle. We have laser systems. I know lasers makes me feel like it's 1997, but here we are, on all the openings on our buses that are very sensitive to see when people are getting off and on the buses. They're very accurate, and they give us great information about who's getting off and on, where we are geolocating for doors opening. And then our final step we have to measure ridership are our service development associates who go out throughout our system, and they actually do the counting of people at stops. We run so many trips that trying to have a person on every trip would not be productive. So in partnership with our friends at the Federal Transit Administration, we set up a sampling plan every year to hit every single route we have and a representative number of trips, so the smart statisticians are comfortable that we've checked enough of them. And we come back every so often and calibrate each of these, just to double check to make sure, are we getting the right information? Is it matching up? It is something that happens at any transit agency. We're not unique. If you've been somewhere with the traffic counters for cars, they do the same thing. So in October, we updated the software on our automated personnel counters, and we started updating each bus individually. We had enough of our fleet updated that by January, our January ridership, depending on which route, was anywhere from 4 to 7% lower than the year before. And so that made us say, what's going on? Is January colder? Wasn't that much colder. The weather wasn't inclement, but we had an observation. The same pattern kept going in February and March. And what stuck out to us was the ridership information had changed, but we were getting more money back on the fare box. So did it make sense that fewer people were riding, but they were slipping us a 5? Probably not. It made more sense to us that if the same money was coming in on pass sales and fares, that we probably had the same number of people and we were counting them weird. And the same trend came up through March and through April. We've gone back and verified with our folks who get on and physically count what's happening. We have verified our fare tap information. We verified all our other sources of information coming back. And of course, we speak to our operators and our road supervisors. We weren't seeing that a lot of people weren't riding, but we were seeing 80-90% of our routes were showing us slightly lower ridership. By going back and truing up this, we look now like we were getting probably 3% fewer folks than we were reporting last year. We didn't carry fewer people. We just thought we were carrying more. And again, the passenger revenue is up. So it's I don't say it's an artifact. That sounds like I'm being flippant. It's just a truing up of the reporting system on this. It is a normal thing transit agencies do. We corrected during COVID as well, but that was when ridership was really low, and we were not looking at these smaller fluctuations. It was the world was on fire. So what you'll see in your packet are our ridership numbers that show probably for the first 6 months of this calendar year about 3% less, and we will catch up with that within a year. I'm sure that was really exciting for everybody to hear. But our passenger revenues from this year to last year were up about 5%. So again, unless people are just getting on and feeding 20s into the fare box because they love us, and that could happen, we think we're just truing up our ridership data. And on those exciting notes, I'll keep going. So on our 7th slide, you see our operating budget revenue. So our budget for this year is $539 million. Last year's budget was about $538 million. Yes, our CFO is amazing, but we really are the recipients of a change in our pension calculations and our pension liability. We have a 15-year rolling window for this. So in 2008, when we got clobbered by the Great Recession, all those blips have trued out, so our liabilities can come down $40 million. We will catch up with that, and so next year you'll see a budget that is much bigger. Better to be lucky than good this year. I'm going to go with that statement, because I know what questions are going to be coming back up to us. But that's a reflection of what's going on with our pension liabilities. You have a breakdown on page 8 of the various categories. We continue to be a very human resource rich industry. People drive buses, people repair buses, people dispatch buses, people do operational control, people hit the buttons that make the incline go up and down. We do have an interactive voice system, but people talk to you when you call customer service. People are reconciling the invoices that we process and automatically, so we are very people intensive. Our average age of employees anywhere from 53 to 54, so our healthcare is getting expensive. But if people can't get the health care that they need, then they're not going to be able to participate fully at work and in other factors. So it's just the cost of taking care of folks. And I'm proud of the benefits that our unions have been able to negotiate and we're able to extend. Our capital budget is on page 9. It shows you revenue sources. It starts breaking down into expenses on page 10. Big expenses for us continue to be replacing revenue vehicles. So we buy new buses. How exciting is that? We buy 59, we average 59 new buses a year. We may bundle them differently. So some years you see 120 buses, some years you see 0. But we get 59 new buses a year. They all have the cool blue lighting. They all have the antimicrobial seats. They all have USB ports. They all have information signs. And they all come with an air filtration system that exceeds OSHA standards. So that's a bit of a flip of the hair. We get some really cool stuff that comes in. It's very customer focused. We also offer Wi-Fi on all our buses and all of our trains. So they come in with that standard. We use our capital for debt service, the last portion of the North Shore Connector. Again, with luck, we refinance that bond debt at 0.85%. I wish we could have done everything at 0.85%, but hey, here we are. So you see that on page 11, it's a little bit more of a breakdown, 11 and 12. Page 13 hits our funding request, and again, what this reflects is our budget was very, very similar from fiscal 23 to fiscal 24. So the net difference of what we've asked you is 4%. We continue to receive report from the Regional Asset District at $3 million annually. I would like to point out that the RAD's commitment to Pittsburgh Regional Transit was for 10 years, and our funding would have expired with them. Their agreement with us expired in 21, and they continue to fund us because they see us as a valued asset to the community. So that's the $3 million that we put toward the local match, which is statutorily required to come from the county. So the Regional Asset District continues to fill that. We love the assets. It's really cool. Again, you will see the capital assistance noted on page 14. We are decreasing the request from this year to last. All of our BRT expenses for this big construction project are booked in 24, so in 25, we're catching our breath. If there's any questions, the next slide, 15, will show the COVID funding drawdowns. Short answer, there were 3 different tranches of aid available to us as a federal transit agency, and we did as the other agencies in the Commonwealth did. We drew down all our federal money, and we banked what we received from the state. So we are not in the same position as other agencies whose COVID is gone this year. We have a trust that is still there from the state. Our panic point will be in about 3 more years. We're panicking now, but it's a quiet panic at this point. You can see longer-term projections for us on slides 16 and 17. Snapshot is, with no change in funding to operate our status quo service for the next 10 years, is another $117 million a year with a $17 million local match. So about $1.2 billion in a 10-year window. We have a $2 billion state of good repair backlog. Everything is safe, but it's not bright, shiny, and new. I'm sure I've mentioned before that we use the same switches that the Pennsylvania Trolley Museum does, which is kind of cool, but a little embarrassing. So that's some cost containment right there. So we have big projects that we would like to get to. We continue to be safe, but we're in a similar situation. There's just not funding to do a lot of the cool stuff which will be out there. And the next few slides, moving on to slide 20, being agency overview, just highlighting some stuff for you. We did a presentation to one of our planning committees today on the update on our strategic plan. So we have a 25-year service plan. That's our next transit plan, and the strategic plan is how we do the first 5 years of implementing that. It helps us rationalize our projects. That just lays out our values and goals. We mentioned, so on page 21, it's the pretty pictures for bus line redesign. Essentially, our network is at least 60 years old and in some places older. So Route 91 on Butler has been running essentially the same since it was a horse-drawn omnibus in 1858, which is super cool, but maybe not useful. So it is really time for us to look at where do people go to? Does everyone need to go downtown? Where are we redundant? But then the flip side of this is service quality, because for every area who says, I only have one route, we'll hear from one who says, well, I have 5 routes, but I don't feel like they are reliable. So part of bus line redesign is making good on our commitments. We are fully hired. So the same people who were very upset about their extra hours a month ago need more overtime this month. We're graduating more operators in November and December. So for the first time since I've been here, we are making service every day. Pre-pandemic, we dropped 30 hours every day at East Liberty because we'd always done it that way. So by the work of our HR team and our training groups, we've been able to fully staff. So now we're making every trip of the 4,000 hours we say we're going to. In January, when we have our next big slug of retirees, we will be covered. This also means we can start dropping in service. So October, starting next week, you'll see improvements on the P1 and certain other schedules, more improvements in runtime in February and then June. So the staffing is allowing us to reinvest, focus on that reliability. At the same time, there's bus line redesign. And as I mentioned earlier, we are in draft 1. We're going to come back with a draft 2, and we'll end up implementing draft 3. So Kurt Conrad is still, there's Kurt. Kurt's in our government relations office. We can work with any of your offices individually. We've received correspondence from some of you. I'm sure we'll receive more. Let us hear from you and your constituents. Councilman Walton has my number. It's okay to share. But we want to hear back, because the point now is to make sure we heard. And if it's something that doesn't work, we have time to fix it. So we look forward to hearing back from you on that. There'll be an awful lot of meetings on this. You're going to get sick of hearing about it. We, in fact, kicked off bus line redesign last October with a Zoom briefing, starting with all electeds, so you would know what your constituents were asking when they came on. And it's probably be another year of outreach, but again, we can be fast or we can be right. So we're going to vote on right. I mean, we're a public agency. We don't really get credit for being fast, right? Other expenses we've talked about previously, our light rail cars are 37 years old. I'm not going to make an age joke, but we got them when Doves Cry was a #1 song, and I'm sure there's, what? See, look at you. Okay, so our rail cars could be your compatriots here on council if they were running, but they, unlike humans, they have a useful life of 30 years, so it's time to replace them. That will also require improvements on our train system, because some of these cars are so sophisticated, if we put them on the library line, they would be very pretty bricks. I don't need bricks in our fleet. So there's some things that go on with that. You see the schematics on page 25. We've also adopted our first climate action plan and brought on our first director of sustainability, who we hired out of Seattle, which is really cool because they're so progressive with climate action plan. And his joke was, I've been telling other people to do these for 10 years. Now I have to do one, and it's harder than I thought. I was like, welcome. But we have some various goals on there where we continue to pursue electric and also hydrogen. We have hydrogen vehicles coming in within the next few years, committing to a completely zero emissions fleet by 2045. Points to consider, our light rail fleet is already completely electric, and if it's coming from Duquesne, that's nuclear power. Diesel's much cleaner than it was 10 years ago, and putting folks on a bus is in every universe cleaner than having them be on a car. So we can talk about zero emissions if folks are very excited about it. A couple things on fare programs. I want to say thank you to the county for being such excellent partners on our Allegheny Go, which is a program where folks who are receiving the SNAP benefit can qualify for a half fare program. So that's been transformative for the folks who are in it, but we continue to work on outreach, and we've entered an agreement where DHS is giving us some money to help us develop the collateral to help get information to folks, let them know those benefits are available. We are still in the public hearing process, just concluded, right? Ended on the 11th, for our partner pass, which is a deeply discounted pass to big entities. It could be a business, it could be an apartment complex. It's not the universities, but I'm thinking like the YWCA. There's 35 people there, maybe 28 of them take transit. And if the YWCA came to the table, they would get passes for their employees at $28 a head. I mean, a transformative benefit for folks who are looking at that. And it's our first foray into being able to do these larger projects. We're really excited about that. And then one I might have mentioned last year, but it's actually there now, is ready cash. So what happens if you want to take advantage of our fare mechanisms and you don't have a bank account? There's an answer for that. So ready cash allows you to either have a ready-to-write account or a QR code on a business card, and you can go to any vendor that sells vanilla gift cards. So that would be a Dollar General, that would be a CVS, that would be a Rite Aid, and you show them your QR code and give them cash. They'll zap the QR code and add the cash immediately to your account. So now, if you don't have a bank account, you can still take advantage of the tap for $2.75 and ride for 3 hours, unlimited as much as you want. So this is a huge benefit to folks. We've had some bumps in that rollout. Some vendors tell folks there's a minimum purchase. The minimum amount to add per the contracts with Vanilla is $1. So if somebody shows up to add $1 to their account, those are the contractual agreements. So when we hear that someplace might say you need to do 5, you need to do 10, let us know. We'll get them set straight. So it allows us to get into neighborhoods really close to people's homes in a way which is much more cost effective than a ticket vending machine or a mom and pop shop. Folks are going to stores where they know people and they trust them to take care of them, and they can get the same benefits as stored value. So I'm kind of really excited about that. Last slide is stuff which is coming up in the future, and I've been talking too long, and I know you have questions and people who want to speak after me. So would you like to add anything, Madam CFO?
No.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Kellerman. Thank you, Ms. Brown. I have one question. On page 8, I believe under the operating budget, let me just find it 1 second here. There we go. Under other expenses, 15 going to 18, the 21% increase, what would that be? Oh. If there's any questions that we ask, feel free just to, respond by email, because I know.
She has a background in accounting and audit, so she'll get it for you.
Okay.
So,
Good.
Thank
utility costs probably is one of the main drivers.
Oh, no, other expense.
Yep, it's under other expenses.
So it's different than the other, but we have it listed twice. So we have utilities here, and then we have other expense down here.
Oh, excuse me.
And like I said, if you don't have it now,
Yeah, let me,
in a day or two, that's fine.
We'll get it back to you.
I was just curious because of the increase. Most of them are between 5, 8, and 9. That one's 21. That just kind of just caught.
Could also be,
I'm sorry, yeah, so we have our software license expense costs that are increasing. We're looking at some new software for different processes inside the organization. That probably is one of the main drivers, actually. Computer equipment costs as well is another thing that we're replacing, in the midst of replacing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown.
next
Thank you.
year, in this fiscal year, we plan to go from the Connect card, which is a dumb card. It's kind of like a gift card. You put money on it, and then it's just there. We're moving from that to a smart card, where you can actually load it more easily. You can register your card, and that's going to change. That'll have the expense in software.
Thank you.
I told you she'd have it.
I'm going to go to my left this time. Councilman Walton.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kellerman, I want to thank you for being as timely as you were in responding to my call and addressing the concerns that my constituents raised with me. We appreciate very much that responsiveness, understanding the challenges that you face on a day-to-day basis. In listening to your presentation, I'm pleased to hear that you're being as creative and forward-looking as well. Because again, in the years that I've been involved with county council, one of the things that I've become more aware of is how transitory and how the demographics or the geography of where people are moving to and is changing on a rapid basis and how you're responding to it. I fully understand that the description that you used in terms of the 91 and saying it's been there forever, but the ridership has not been consistent in terms of how they are positioning themselves. And that issue confronts us all across this county. How do we continue to provide the services that PRT does and address that transition and movement of its residents? So those pop-ups, those efforts to engage residents, I appreciate. And we're going to have to sit and be adaptive in how we address that continued movement, because that's the one consistency that we're going to face, that people are going to continue to move and move and move. So thank you. I commend PRT for its diversity, for its effort to go out and recruit in a broad and comprehensive way new employees to fill open positions within your organization. I am more than interested in working in a collaborative fashion and helping you, trying to help PRT identify, recruit, and train new employees to fill many of those operator positions that are open, and on the ancillary positions that are there as well. So keep doing the work, and thank you.
Well, and thank you, Councilman Walton. Somebody told me once, hire the absolute best people you can and get out of the way. And so far, it seems like it's working. I would say for anybody here and anyone who's listening at home, if we're live, we are always hiring. And for folks who may have been, there might have been barriers to them previously. First, we have banned the box, so we don't check a criminal history until the final stages of hiring. And if someone does have a criminal record, if it's not germane to the job they're doing, like if it's bank fraud, I probably don't want you to be in accounts payable, for instance. But there might be other positions where you line up. So we do that. We also, last year, through the efforts of one of our recruiters, Danielle Jacobson, she had done a research project and pushed for us to hire an applicant advocate. So folks who've been out of the workforce for a few years, like a lot of moms left during COVID, and now they have a gap. They're having a hard time getting back in the workforce. We actually have somebody on staff because our recruiter identified we needed that. So we've got a person who specializes in that. So if there's anyone that you think would be suited or even is interested, please reach out to us. You can reach out to me directly, and then we can connect them, because we're always hiring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Chapkus.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to your entire team on the bus line redesign initiative and the way that you've all been transparent in engaging all of us, and breaking down the numbers by district has been hugely helpful in sharing that with all of our residents in our community. So thank you for all of that. Two questions. And the first one is, have you had, I've heard a lot about state funding being cut, and can you talk a little bit about that and if that impacts you in this budget cycle?
Not in this budget cycle, and again, I can talk about this for a long time. But I think that the short part, which is germane, is the funding, essentially the funding levels that we have were set a little bit back in 2007. The Philadelphia area didn't have cuts, but we did have cuts. So did the rest of the Commonwealth. And then in 2010, 2011, Bill Act 89, which set up, the turnpike was used to pay for certain capital funding, so on and so forth. That was designed to be a 10-year conversation. And at the end of the 10 years, we would all come back because, the legislature knows that we're just going to be great in 10 years, right? We'll all come back, no problem. The 10 years coincided with COVID. So you don't have enough money hit with the federal aid coming in. So realistically, these are conversations we would have had 4 or 5 years ago. My predecessor had previously been a CFO, and she was amazing with a budget. So when she was in charge, she underspent. So our commitment to the state was for the 10 years of Act 89, we would save for 3 years, we would tread water for 4 years, and then we would rein the bank for 3 years. And then in 2011, we would have less than 1 month of reserve in the bank. She knew that we wouldn't be back at a solution in 10 years, so she brought our budget in lower than the state expectations. And this, I think, will go to some of the questions that will come up on austerity. From 2010 to 2017, our budget was flat. It fluctuated between $293 and $300 million. We cut 7% of the service on the street. We shut the Harmer garage. Our non-bargaining folks went through 4 years with no raises, so when I came in and did raises, I was a hero. Listen, I'll take the credit all day, but they had gone for 4 years without raises, and that's not a sustainable thing. We eliminated our planning department, so the folks doing BRT were 3 people sitting in the marketing department. We got rid of all levels of employee engagement, and I think people deserve a barbecue sandwich to talk to each other over. I just think that, because then you get a better product on the street, happier, more engaged operators. We ask so much of them to make 5,000 new friends every day. A sandwich is a minimum. We had one person in government relations who was also the manager of community relations and the director of customer service. So we had our austerity period that was really low. So, but still 10 years later, the amount of money coming in from the state is not enough to run the service in any of the transit entities throughout the Commonwealth. It's not just SEPTA or us, it's our friends in Washington. Our friends in Westmoreland have buses that run every 2 hours. That's a denial of service. And what if you have to transfer? We've asked you to give us 4 hours of your life. That's no different than an articulated bus going to the airport that's so full that you can't get to your class in Oakland. I'm getting really poetic, so I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
We've been engaging our electeds an awful lot, and will continue to be here in the district and also in Harrisburg. I testified to the Senate Transportation Committee about 2 weeks ago. So we'll keep getting them the information.
Okay, so the short answer, this budget cycle, no, next budget cycle.
The panic is close, but it's not like the hairs aren't up on my neck.
Any opportunity or exploring with the federal transportation as it relates to IRA monies and with your sustainability and climate initiatives, any opportunity to tap into any of that money?
Yes, we have, we've expanded our grants function, so do you want to take this one?
Sure. So we've actually met with PennDOT and others locally, just exploring like what type of opportunities we would have as an agency with IRA rebates. We're looking at purchases that we've already made, and also our future planning, working with our new director of sustainability as well as our engineers and planning folks, just to see what types of plans we have and how we're able to utilize or take advantage of those opportunities there. So we are looking at it. We've met. There was kind of like a seminar on it in Monroeville with someone from PennDOT a month ago, and so our innovative funding admin, she attended that as well. Okay, so we are doing that, and then for the rail cars, we are investigating TIFIA funding as well, and we are in the process now of compiling a letter of interest to submit to the TIFIA organization in order to get hopefully approval for that in order to take advantage of those funds to help and assist in purchasing our rail cars.
And TIFIA is essentially a very low-interest loan. We can cover up to 49% of a purchase. And Dominique and her team identified this as, hey, instead of us bonding or doing it all here, what are the impacts? And through looking at a TIFIA loan, we would save $30 to $40 million over the life of the project, because we don't have to front everything now. We can break it down into pieces. And then
Did you say TIFIA, T-I-F-I?
TIFIA, and we can get you some links back to
Okay.
Federal Transit Administration pages on
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, Chairman.
Build America.
Yep, Build America.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Klein.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Madam CEO. I see that you have identified your priorities in terms of your climate action plan. And I guess I wonder, how far are you into the plan? Is this a plan that is a multi-year plan? I know you've talked about your switch to renewable electricity vehicles. And I'm wondering, just in terms of your timetable, are you on target to reach those goals? I don't know what your timetable is, but are you on target to reach those goals when you think you might?
So the timetable is, so for clean vehicles, that's a long timetable.
Yeah.
Again, a diesel bus that we buy in 2 years, we have to drive for 12 years. So that puts us 14 years out. Rail cars could take us up to 7 years to get them. They'll be electric, but are we drawing it from Duquesne? So it's nuclear powered. Are we taking advantage of mechanisms on new cars that when you're braking, they absorb the electricity back, so on and so forth. So that's one component. Interestingly, a big portion on climate action for us is our facilities. So diesel runoff or all the various fluids and things that come through our facilities. And so it's making sure that we're taking advantage of the best tools on top of that. So we have a bunch of different components in the climate action plan. Many of these are things we kicked off as sustainability before we hired the sustainability director. So we had adopted our plan before that director came on board. Then this person can hit the ground running, and it also allowed our planning teams to get really familiar with what our peers were doing, what were some stretch goals. So we are on target, but some of these are longer horizons, which is why we continue to look at, can we be more efficient with the repairs that we make to our vehicles in our Manchester garage? Can we lean on our manufacturers to continue to be a force for cleaner diesel? So as we are making this transition, we're doing the cleanest that we can.
Okay. And do you see financial benefits that might be realized, if not in the short term?
So it's, this expression, you got to spend money to get money?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hydrogen, for instance, if we go to hydrogen, that's increasingly interesting to us. Hydrogen's maybe $1.3 million a bus. A diesel bus is about $650,000. And we'll put 50,000 miles a year on it. So when you look at the cost per mile, it comes out still not cheaper than my car, but my car's orange. It's fancy. What can I do? But the hydrogen does not come in with an internal combustion engine, so we don't have 300 parts. It comes with a fuel cell motor, so there's 20 parts. So it's not just that it's cleaner, it's that the maintenance costs are much lower as you go forward. We have the ability to get our own hydrogen here locally. Electrification is great, but the charging infrastructure, you got to rip open a lot of buildings, and you almost want to have a separate structure already to go to. Some of our garages are really old. Our heavy maintenance is full of asbestos, and I joke around that if you open the walls, you'd see asbestos, but then the cockroaches would pull the wall back, and that needs to be replaced. Like we can't. You can't fix wretched. Yeah. So there will be an expense on that, but then the end result will be vehicles which are obviously much cleaner, much more neighborhood friendly because they're quieter, and will cost less to maintain.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Katina.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for the citizens of Allegheny County and the city of Pittsburgh. My question, simple question. Obviously, there's a formula involved for what the county contributes. Is your operating income contribution flat with that proposal, more,
From last fiscal year to this fiscal year, it's $1.6 million more. So it's a 15% match to our operating budget. And this year, since we had a small shift between the operating and the capital, it's $1.6 million more. And it's 15%.
All right.
15% match to our state.
To the state funds, not the whole.
Not the whole, okay.
Yeah, the 60% of the state funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification. That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Filiaggi.
Thank you, Chairman Palmasina. And thank you, ladies, both of you. Clearly, you both are very good at your jobs, and you know what you're doing and talking about, and you're educating us, so I appreciate that. I'm newer to council, and the district that I represent, District 2, we don't have a lot of interaction with the buses. We don't have a lot of service up there, and service ends at 8 o'clock at night. So anyone who does work in the communities, in the restaurants that stay open until 10, 11, 12, anyone who works in those venues and then has to get back home can't take public transportation. That is something I would like to talk to you guys about eventually. But as to this budget, I am asking questions, and I think you did here, and I appreciate everyone's efforts. Not gotcha questions, just really yes or no's. I'm assuming that you both own property in Allegheny County.
As like civilian people, or as the Port Authority?
No, personally. Yes, civilian people.
I got a mortgage. You got a mortgage? We also, I will say, for the agency itself, we are one of the bigger we have a lot of dirt.
Thank you. And in your course, in your job and developing the budget, has anyone from the administration, the current administration, approached you about implementing any austerity or cost-saving measures?
We have not had that conversation. I will say, since our relationship with them is set up to be a structure of a percentage of the state funding, et cetera, it's probably a little more down the rabbit hole, because for us to reduce $1 from you would be reducing $9 on what the state contribution is, which would be reducing another $10. So we would remove $19 from our budget to impact a $1 impact for the county.
And I do respect that answer and realize that this is not an apples to apples comparison with the rest of the presentations that we're having today.
We get that, but we appreciate the questions.
And yes, and so for that reason, I'm not going to ask you my third question, and I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kellerman. I very much appreciate both of you being here. First off, I want to thank you on what a good job you all did with the work on the red line. Obviously, once the red line got back up and running, what happened after that was rather unfortunate, but I will say that the work to get the red line initially back up and running was excellent, and a lot of my constituents were very impressed on how that work ran. I know past precedent, they were a bit worried about how the alternative routes were going to run. Generally, we're pretty pleased with how that rolled out, so definitely want to give you your kudos for that. Also want to say that Kurt's done a fantastic job reaching out to us and making sure that we have information and know what's happening within the district.
I will say on the red line, I did take the 42 shuttle to the train. That was my service, and I wouldn't tell folks ahead of time. Oh, I get on the first trip, they're like, "Hey, KK's out," but it was. Our system can have a lot of unforeseen challenges, and so taking on 6 projects at one time terrified me, but our team was like, because they knew they could get this done, and we have amazing people who work with us, and I'm just really happy that they stick around, so thank you. We will pass it on. We appreciate that.
Awesome. Also appreciate the work that's already going into making sure the East Busway gets back up and running as quickly as possible. You all can't really catch a break, but I saw that you all were doing some work with getting barriers set up and making sure that people can go back to utilizing that as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
so obviously being one of our
legal counsel
bigger
is caught in that every day, so everything that he can do to get it cleaned up. But it's, nothing, no buses have fallen down yet, so I shouldn't even make that joke.
Yeah.
I take it back.
As far as alternative methods, very much appreciate the phone tapping on the T that's been rolled out. One of the things that I experienced recently in New York City was the credit card tapping.
That's coming.
Okay, great. That was going to be my question. I assume
NFC communications, yep.
Okay, wasn't sure how that worked just with credit card fees and things like that, but encouraging to see that it's
not the
doable.
fees so much as like it's a doable thing, but
Okay.
you have to switch all these things at the same time. So we're going to have to verify, because our IT guy, we didn't drag him in tonight, our innovative services. But I believe it's tied to all the changes we're making to go to smart cards. Let us open a whole bunch of this out. Oh, well, hey.
So once we have account-based ticketing in place and so right now we're upgrading our SMB system to Masabi, which is the one that allows for your phone to tap. All of our credit card payments through the app are processed through that company, and so when you tap on the validator, it'll be processed in a very similar way.
That's
But
fantastic.
It'll be coming.
Yeah, because one of the things that I see happen a lot, and obviously, I know that the revenue is not based so much on, user revenue, but more on tax revenue, and I think that's perfectly fine personally. But it's a lot easier for people, especially who aren't used to riding, either buses or the T or whatever throughout Allegheny County, to just go ahead and tap their card and know it's going to be that easy. I think you get a lot less fare evasion, you get a lot less just bottlenecking whenever the driver, understandably, is like, okay, go ahead, because we're trying to keep this process moving so that people can get their routes in a timely manner, and it's not getting in the way of their day-to-day habits. So that's really exciting to hear that we are working on that. I'm going to ask you the question anyways, because I said I would ask everyone it. I understand how ridiculous it is because you've already laid out how you're funded. But if you lost 10% in Allegheny County funding, what would that do to PRT?
Death and destruction. That sounds horrible, but I mean, so real, like some big apples and oranges for us on our budget. I mean, on $540 million, we're going to spend something like $80 million on healthcare, if not more this year, and 42 to 43 million, probably more than that on pension. Less than $1 million of that is 401k match. I am glad that people could work for us and get a pension. You shouldn't have to work until you die. And these are tough jobs. We pay you to sit down for 8 hours and eat crappy food, or to stand on a concrete slab, put your arms up for 8 hours a day. you should be able to retire. But that's $120 right there, $120 million. So in our budget, it's not that we can say, hey, let's slice that 10% off. What's already gone in then that pension and those, the benefits, we can't touch that. So now it's not, so then it's 53 million, but not off 530. It's 53 million off what's getting closer at that point to 400. Then start taking out the contracts, because many of our contracts, like some of our things might be 15-year contracts, and we lack the ability to come back and renegotiate. And like once we start winnowing down to what we really can get to, it ends up being like a 25% move. And the only way to absorb those costs would to be shut a bus garage. That would cause unemployment of probably 300 people. And we're going to pay the unemployment for them. I'm not going to say a bad word. I really like saying bad words, but we are not fill in the blank of your bad word you want to use. So we would buy people out on their pensions. If you have 2 years to go to your pension, we're not going to throw that away. So we would end up structuring it in a way that we're probably reducing more out there, but make sure that these people who worked with us for 20, 22 years would be covered and would be okay. But at least one bus garage closing, probably no tea on the weekend. Everybody not getting service after 8, which is terrible, because if you can't get home, it's not useful for you in the first place. So a lot of doom and gloom. We are able to articulate that out. If we end up with no state funding, for instance, and we have to say this is what it looks like, we can put that out. But there's so many variables that go into it, we try not to say yada. But again, because of our fixed costs, and I'm going to imagine the county budget is the same, there's so many things that you can't get away from that a 10% reduction is really 20 to 25% of what you can't touch.
Sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate the detailed answer. That's all my questions.
Councilwoman Hallam.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I will also shout out Kirk because he is awesome at making sure we all know what is going on in the world. And then all my friends get to know what's going on in the world, and we're all excited that we know what's happening with PRT. So thank you guys for that. My first question that I want to start off with is just to kind of piggyback off Dan's question. I am also very excited about the credit card tapping. What is the actual, can you say a date that by this date we will have that?
Before I'm back next year.
Before October of 2025.
Yeah, so okay. What had happened was, so there's a big long story with that, but part of it is our vendor getting through some of their supply chain stuff. So we had been targeting February, March for that, because it wouldn't just be for the credit card tap, it would be the smart cards, which make it easier for the Allegheny Go program, right? Mm-hmm. So there is a delay in switching over some of that stuff. So we think we're looking at summertime-ish. But now that I've said that, it's going to out the window.
No,
but
it'll
if it
happen.
Is, yes.
Will it into existence?
Will it into existence.
Very excited about that. And what about a timeline on fare capping? I know I've heard that talked about so much.
Wow, so you know what? Again, everyone here is like, she's talking so much, let me go. Fare capping is one of those that when we find out how much it costs, we're not looking at it like, oh my God, we're losing yada. What we're looking at is like, oh my God, we're asking the least affluent portion, the brokest portion of our ridership to cover this every year. So let's just say arbitrarily 10 million. It's not that we're losing 10 million, it's we're asking our friends to pay us this extra 10 million. So I think Dominique can talk about, she absolutely can talk more on process.
Yeah.
Numbers, the process.
Right. Yeah. So we have done a study on fare capping, and when we consider that Allegheny Go is now live, and we also are hopefully soon going to have Partner Pass live, the impact that will have on the communities that we would like to target likely would alleviate a lot of what we thought fare capping might do. So we are thinking to allow these programs to kind of calm down and shake out and see what kind of impact they have before we implement fare capping for the reasons that Catherine mentioned, with our goals or who we want to target and who we want to make sure benefits from well, obviously we want everyone to benefit, but, there are particular groups that we want to make sure they have a fair and, adequate benefit from the programs that we implement. And so.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that information. It is something I'm excited about as well, but it sounds like credit card tapping first. So I did say I would ask the same questions to everyone. So I want to start off with, you request an amount from the county and then you get an amount proposed in the budget. Was the amount that is being proposed in this budget the same as you asked for, or was it more or less than you asked for?
Yes, but.
So since we submitted our initial request, the state did give us an additional $11 million in funding, so that would increase the amount that the county is matching by that 15%. We have had our meeting and reviewing our budget with the county budget office, and so they are well aware of that. once we reopen our budget and amend it, then we would come back with the proper documentation for that additional request.
And we normally amend around February-ish?
I think that's
So we get
what
about
we
6
said.
months of the year end, we get through the holidays, and then we see where the amended budget should go. So we'll be back.
Okay, I really appreciated that stat about every dollar lost from the county, you lose $19.
I mean, like,
value.
we're just special in this case, right?
But still, I mean, that's not something I ever considered, and so I really appreciated that being pointed out. My next question is, everybody's looking for waste and overspending. Where is the waste in your budget that you think would be able to be cut if you had to?
2009.
Well,
I shouldn't say it that way, but again, and
great year.
And bear with me. So, I mean, I did the Great Recession in Florida, where our revenues were cut by 50%, so on and so forth. So a lot of the stuff that could be gone was gone. In any public agency, and I would be surprised if the county hadn't done the same thing. But for instance, we made ends meet in the teens by doing wage freezes. If we tried that now, anybody who could leave would get an online job in a nanosecond. And we already, like in the departments we have that have access to this remote work 1 or 2 days a week, we already have a really high turnover. So the universe is different. And so the things that I would not naturally have gone after, like travel and training, I would argue the board brought me in specifically in 2018 because we hadn't trained our folks for 10 years. And we were, like that scene, if you've watched 9 to 5, where Lily Tomlin's character poisons the boss and all the workers come out of the basement, they can see things. In many ways, that's what it was in 2018, because, I mean, I had senior staff who'd never been sent to management training, and they were department directors, and we'd employed them for 25 years. So our travel budget now is senior folks can leave we'll pay for them to leave the Commonwealth up to twice a year. We look at travel, we look at this. I mean, we can cut it. No one's going to die if they don't travel, but we won't know how to operate new things. Our police department has mandatory training they have to get to, so there's certain things we couldn't operate out. We could get rid of the barbecue sandwich, but our folks feel like a lot of their life is already, I mean, we don't appreciate them already, but we can go out and love on them. I can buy the donuts. So it is, I guess it's, for us, it would be more of a conversation of, do you nibble away at the sides on this, or do you say, okay, this bus runs till 8, and everything else is so important for what we're doing that we're going to take that bus to shut down at 7? Or we could run the bus until midnight, but then I have a grumpy operator who didn't get enough of a lunch break. I have a mechanic who's tired, who missed a repair. I have a customer service person who used to be able to work remote, but now can't because we lost everyone who was capable of doing that. So. But again, I'm in the position of saying, oh, woe is me, this would be terrible. So I would just say when we're in public service, we are still fresh from how do you survive COVID, how do you survive the teens? So I think austerity will look really different than it has in previous years.
Right, I appreciate
That's
that.
a helpful non-answer, I'm sure.
It was close enough, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And then the last question is, if we just had extra money and you needed it, where would you prioritize? Like, where do you have need right now?
Training and service. Training for everybody across the agency. And again, I think, I want to stress this, the county's in the same place. You hire people straight out of high school and they work with you for 35 years. If you don't talk to them about what diversity and belonging means today, if you don't talk to them about what sexual harassment today, if you don't talk to them about this, these folks are not going to have the conversation. We as employers have an obligation to have these conversations with our staff. I would absolutely invest in my staff before anything else.
Cool. Thank you very much. Last thing is a comment. I love Allegheny Go. I work with a lot of folks who really, really, really appreciate it. A lot of them who don't know about it. So I hope you've been seeing lots of numbers coming from me signing people up for Allegheny Go.
Yes. We have a Bethany Hallam line in the budget.
Yeah, we should. We should have a little link to see how many. But anyways, I do it all the time. And one piece of feedback that I have for folks is they aren't using it because a lot of their phones are just devices where they have to connect to Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And they're having to have internet access to be able to use the Allegheny Go. And so I'm having to get them full price bus passes as opposed to the discounted rate that we signed them up for
Right.
because they're just not able to pull it up to get on and ride. So that's just a piece of feedback. I know I've used the apps in the past. I know nothing about technology, but I've used the apps in the past that you don't need an internet connection to be able to use. Again, if you have no cell service, no Wi-Fi, your phone's kind of just a brick. And so if there was a way that we could make the Allegheny Go available offline, I think we would see a huge increase of people using it.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely something we can take to our T group. I have one question for you.
Yeah.
Did you get the Steelers crock pot?
No, I'm still waiting for yours.
Mine's off eBay. You
And
can
I've
have
learned to
it.
cook since the last time we talked too, so.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Was that 3 questions, or was that about 7 or 8 questions you had there? Okay, I wasn't sure.
It was my fault, and I apologize.
No, you're fine. Nick, your turn.
Okay, I'm still on this one. More or less suggestions or not questions of experience. I was at the Penn Hills Library last Friday when the PRT came for showing people the bus route. And I felt that there were some problems with that because the maps that they were providing, you couldn't see them. They were so small. They were this big. You need a magnifying glass. I thought that maybe they should have some sort of a computer system with them because they told me at the time to go to their website. I said, well, I won't be here to do that. I'll be somewhere else. So how can I ask the question?
So tablets or something with the website where they can,
Yeah, something visual, more than a piece of paper so that people could actually see better because there was approximately 12 people there, and 2 of them was myself and the state rep. So it wasn't a good turnout either. And I also had made a suggestion to one of the fellows there and the girls that I thought the time was bad. At 10:30 in the morning, anybody that uses the bus is already on it and at work on most of these routes. And I felt that an evening meetings would be more appropriate for people that do ride the bus and make it convenient for them to make it to these meetings, specifically the ones that changes their route, whether they're good or bad, or I'm assuming that these routes are based on improvements, ridership, and, you know.
it is a comprehensive look. I do
Yeah.
believe, I can't guarantee on this, but when we have morning meetings, we have plans that we're coming back in a future round for evening meetings. But I know Councilman Walton would agree with you because we had not scheduled an evening meeting in his area, and the morning hours were not going to work out for his constituents either.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to get the people there. I was expecting more when I got there, and I didn't see
Well,
it.
I'm glad you were there. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's a suggestion because you just started. And it may be a good thing to change it a bit to make sure that the people that do show up are able to see the routes better. Because like I said, I couldn't even read the map to ask a question. And my next question would be, in the past, the Port Authority promoted park and rides. And they seem to be very helpful to create business. Specifically, I noticed the biggest one is in Monroeville. They seem like they're coming out of Murraysville or something because there's no bus route. So is there continuing to be additional park and rides opportunities for other people's property to rent or to build? Or, you know, you talk about ridership, and let's face it, if you don't build it, they won't come.
Right, definitely chicken and egg issue on that. The parking lots that we still have, or the park and rides we have are the capacity from the height pre-pandemic versus now, very, very shifted. So what we're seeing with our friends and other transit agencies is not so much going out for the big parking lot, but going out for being a partner in a mixed-use development, getting the parking lot out there, but the parking lot is based on a transit hub that is including some level of housing, some level of retail, which is useful, so you can get the onion that you need on your way home for work. So that's more of where our investment opportunities are, we look at, but anybody who's out there where they've got dirt, we are always willing to have that conversation.
Yeah, I think that would be a great improvement because, you know, I live in Oakmont. There's basically no park and ride near. They use Panera Bread.
That's what we call a hide and ride.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah, parking on the streets. In fact, I think the borough had to actually put signs up to our parking or resident parking because people, they lived up on the hill and they had to get the bus. So like I said, I think the parking ride's a great idea and something to promote additional ridership for the Port Authority. And my third, this is more or less a question now, the Harmer Garage, it's in my district. Years ago, they closed it, and there was an opportunity several years back that I believe the Home Depot tried to buy the property because it wasn't in use. And the county said, no, we want to keep it, which I understand. But my question, I know that I see just the old buses that they use it for, like the junkyard, per se, until they ship them off. But are there other uses that the building, I heard there could be some training facility there now?
There is, and I keep thinking of it as bus purgatory. Isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
Because when we retire buses from active service, we do keep them there. Per contract, our buses, which are still functional, go out to auction. The ones which are getting parted out or have been damaged go off to a different level of auction. We do have training out there, so we have seasonal use at Harmer. Right now, all of our snow removal equipment is staged there, so all of our little plow blades, all of our salt trucks, everything is there at the Harmer Garage.
Is the building completely used?
It is used. We
Okay.
have some environmental mitigation on it, so the little duck pond that's right down the road, if we use the garage fully, it's going to end up full of diesel runoff, and the ducks will either have 3 heads or be dead. Either way, not something that we should be doing. So we're not able to use it fully, but we use it for the salt storage at some point. Pretty soon, we'll be taking up all the mowing gear and weed removal, and we'll be moving out the salt gear. We use it for training, so that's where we take our apprentices for building maintenance and building structures. So guys who maybe have built a deck in their backyard, and now we need them to be able to do electrical work and not die.
Yeah.
We do the training there, and we use it for various other locations. So we make use of it, and it is also where the buses go before they go off to
Yeah.
their
Is there a
next stage.
parking ride back there?
Not back there.
I thought there was, where the
There might be one which is
park.
close to it, but I would have to double check it for you.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's where there was
I
back in
didn't
Harmer.
ride.
It used to be where the bus drivers themselves, that was their parking lot. And I thought they turned it into a parking ride
Mm-hmm. I don't know
after.
that it is, but I
there's
don't
not,
know
there
where we
should
have
be.
revenue service, it's up to that. So
If there's not, there should be for
I'm
Harmer.
going to meet with your office to talk to you about parking rides.
Okay.
that?
Well, I was hoping you were going to tell me that the building was vacant. And I was going to suggest, let's lease it to somebody and make some revenue.
They couldn't put anything with diesel
Yeah.
anywhere near it, unfortunately.
All right, well, thank you for your
Thank you.
answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Councilman DeMarco.
Thank you, Chairman Palmesina. Ms. Kelman, thank you for your team for coming today to give this presentation. I do apologize if you covered this and I missed it. I've been trying to do my best to follow it on the phone and viewing your presentation, but I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that that outside of this presentation that was submitted that we're looking at today, that you're looking for an additional $1.5 million from the county to be the matching funds for the $11 million that the state has committed to you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what we'll be bringing to you later this year. And unfortunately, because of our friends at PennDOT, it is not unusual that we get final numbers for state assistance after our budget is already finalized. So it is not unusual that we have an idea of what we're getting from the state, but we don't get that. We have a ballpark number that we drop into our budget, but we don't get the actual number until after the conclusion of our budget year. So we more than likely have done this in previous years, and I wish that wasn't the process, but that's what we get from the state.
Okay, now that money that's coming to you, is that fungible, meaning do you have the ability to move that within the operating or capital budget, or are there any limitations
No,
on how
sir,
that money that's being given to you is being used?
That's an excellent question. No, it goes fully into the operating. It must be used for operating.
So there's no opportunity there to take that additional dollars and perhaps to reduce your ask for the county or the county dollars from the capital budget?
No, we cannot do that, no, sir. And they match the capital, too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions to my left or to my right? No, Ms. Kellerman, Ms. Brown, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very
Very nice job, very nice presentation.
I'm glad you're cooking.
We give that for them to get this. Yeah. District Attorney's Office, please. Becky, how are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Heather's not coming up with you?
No, unfortunately, Ms. Molnar, our finance manager, has had an appointment this morning, so he's not be here. So I'll be here.
That's okay. Well, welcome.
It's not, this will not be my normal presentation.
Can you move over towards the microphone, please?
How about I move it here?
That's even better.
I spread out this way.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
I think I have more of these copies for you here as well.
Okay, Becky, feel free to go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
I have the official filed presentation here. I also have included, I normally do not make a formal statement, but in meeting with the district attorney, I do have a formal statement to read. Can read it into the record now. You all have a copy of it as well. And I believe there should be a copy available for the transcription.
Here, all this.
Okay. So, as per usual, I am here to vigorously advocate for the budget request we submitted in our 2025 proposal, including the personnel requests and IT requests that are necessary to continue our operations. Our proposal is serious and based on the needs of our office to fully represent the citizens of Allegheny County and protect the public safety. We've been told that this is a tough budget year. Evidently, it's tougher for some than others. In a normal budget year, we would only focus on our budget requests and not address other departments' budgets. But unfortunately, this is far from a normal year, and we feel we must address some distinct anomalies. Because of some issues raised to our office earlier in the year, we are sensitive to what may appear to be substantial and excessive budget allocations within other departments and authorities that may affect the long-term viability of other programs. We detailed a request for 22 additional personnel in our budget. The executive in the comprehensive plan recommends an actual increase of 0 additional personnel, although on paper they claim we are receiving 7 additional positions. They are counting positions that we negotiated with the new executive earlier in the year to add to our roster in 2024 because of the failure of the prior executive to award us our 2024 request. Counting existing budgeted positions as new positions is disingenuous at best. We submitted our IT capital budget for $927,656, of which $748,554 is for existing software license fees. The executive is recommending a total of only $500,000 for IT capital costs, $248,554 less than our existing licenses. Which software do they recommend we no longer use? Are we to go back to handwriting charges and filing in person? That won't work. The Pennsylvania appellate courts and the federal courts require paper filing. I'm sorry, prevent us from paper filing. They instead require electronic filing. The administrative office of the Pennsylvania courts requires we file criminal information electronically in the Court of Common Pleas. The executive proposes an overall increase of only 4.4% for the courts, 5.72% for the sheriff, 5.88% for our office, 4.02% for the controller, and 4.73% for the treasurer, all row offices. On the other hand, the county manager's office is recommended to receive a 29.99% increase, a department that has 20 personnel. The county solicitor is recommended to receive an 18.98% increase. Sustainability, whatever that is, a 64.57% increase. The public defender, a 9.77% increase, but only a 4.47% increase for the county police. All these departments are under the county executive's control. There appears to be skewed priorities even within the executive's own departments. Year after year, we address the misguided budget comparison of our office to the public defender's office. Again, it appears we must reiterate that our office prosecutes from beginning to end 99.99% of the criminal incidents reviewed and charges filed in Allegheny County. The public defender's office handles only around 45% of the cases in which charges are actually filed and has zero responsibility for review of investigations of criminal incidents. We requested 22 additional personnel. The executive deemed 0 to be appropriate. And again, the new executive earlier this year agreed to fund 7 personnel requests from the 2024 budget. But we have been advised they consider those 7 funded in 2024 to be 2025 positions. On the other hand, they recommend 15 additional personnel for the public defender's office, one of their departments. In essence, an office that handles less than 50% of the cases in the county is awarded infinitely more positions than the office that prosecutes 99 plus cases, criminal cases in the county. This is frankly outrageous. We're not saying the PD's office doesn't need those 15 personnel. We're just saying we need more than 0. Instead of allocating a disproportionate amount of county public safety funds to the public defender's office, perhaps the executive could review the lawsuit filed by the ACLU against the state seeking statewide funding of public defender's offices, or perhaps look at the Philadelphia County model in which their public defender's office is funded by a mixture of public and private foundations, but not solely by the citizens of Philadelphia County. That office is independent and not controlled by a single elected entity. Regardless, there's a clear bias in the public safety portion of the budget against law enforcement. And as noted before, the general government section also exhibits a bias toward the county managers and solicitors' offices. And then there's the astronomical increases in 3 sections, and I have to admit, I do not understand these sections at all. I'm a simple daughter of a coal miner from West Virginia, raised on a farm. But the 3 sections for non-department expenses. Under general government, a 724% increase of $40,691,410. Under economic development, a 152.94% increase of $1.3 million. And in debt service, a 250% increase of $493,250. There could be a simple explanation, but the sheer amount requires a detailed explanation. Regarding our individual budget, we again are seeking to maintain and expand our use of technology that promotes prompt and just resolution of cases, and seek the personnel required to do so. We need to increase our personnel as retain those we have. Retention continues to be a struggle. After the last collective bargaining agreement was settled without arbitration, it was agreed upon settlement, the pay increase allowed us to rehire attorneys who had left because of the low pay and hire numerous new attorneys. And if you check the minutes from last year's budget hearing, I acknowledge that. However, Because of continuing overwhelming caseloads, retention remains a problem. Burnout is a real issue for our attorneys, and many are now leaving for that reason. A corresponding issue is attorneys being stagnated in a lower attorney grade even after being promoted to a specialty unit with higher stress levels. Things like child abuse, crimes persons, which is adult sex assault cases, domestic violence, violent crimes and firearms, narcotics, homicide, etc. We submitted a budget option in our proposal to the county, suggesting converting 9 existing attorney 4 positions to attorney 3 positions. These are 9 attorneys who are in those specialty units with the stress of handling cases involving abuse of children, beatings of children, beatings of women, shootings, stabbings, and we do not have positions in those units to move them to the higher grade. So we proposed converting those 9 positions from an attorney 4 to an attorney 3. We've heard nothing about that proposal. Crickets. And if that's accepted by council, that would just add $78,819.48 to the budget. Our second proposal, in order to cover at least the most senior of those personnel, was to add 4 additional attorney 3 positions to our budget. That would lead to a $310,865 additional cost. We think option 1 is better. Under the current underfunded, understaffed conditions, we continue to lose attorneys in the 2 to 10 year range because of caseload burnout and underpayment. It's unrealistic to expect highly skilled attorneys to take on more intense workload with more stress for the same pay. Because of the increase in digital video evidence, our attorneys, law clerks, and paralegals are required to process voluminous amounts of evidence to provide to the defense. And all of this must be completed with timeframes set by the court, and while also going to court on pending cases. So they have to do all the work processing this evidence, and then they still have to find time to go to court. So when does this happen? This processing happens after 4 p.m. and on weekends. I know that's when they're working because I'm getting their emails and responding to them when they have questions. So caseload burnout is not just a problem in our office. National District Attorneys Association conducted a prosecution retention survey this year. In the survey, 93% strongly agreed that they enjoyed being a prosecutor generally, and 84% strongly agreed that they enjoyed being a prosecutor in the context of their current employment. However, of the 57% who thought seriously about leaving their employment as a prosecutor, the top 4 reasons were heavy caseloads, 37%, better pay, 56%, better work-life balance, 26%, and well-being, stress, anxiety, and health, 42%. Those percentages will add up to more than 100% because the respondents were permitted to choose up to 3. The fact that other jurisdictions suffer the same problems as we do should not provide cover for the executive or council permission to treat Allegheny County citizen employees the same. The additional attorney and staff employees and capital applications we've requested are vital to our office functioning. We currently have 9 attorney openings, 4 of which will be filled with recent attorney admissions to the bar, individuals who were interns in our office who've passed the bar and have accepted offers and will be coming to work with us within the next couple weeks. That still leaves us with 5 open attorney positions, which we have out of people who've passed the bar applicants that we'll be interviewing over the next, 2 to 3 weeks, and hopefully finding 5 additional people to hire. But that leaves us where we are currently. That leaves us treading water. The additional positions we're requesting we need in order to meet our constitutional, statutory, and rule-based obligations under the law. So that's all I have. And just to answer some of your questions ahead of time, there is no way that I can foresee that our office can meet our constitutional obligations with a 10% budget cut. We're barely treading water at the budget that we currently have. Our budget request, Councilman Hallam, I've been paying attention to you. Our request for 2025 was $28,158,266. The county's recommending, county executive's recommending $25 million, I'm not, as you can see, I'm an attorney, not an accountant. $25,506,305. That is barely, it's 1.2 million more than we have now. Our request, our increase request was $303 million. So we're not getting anywhere near what we've asked for, and we're barely keeping our head above water. And although some may not agree, what we do is important. We protect the victims and we protect the accused. We have the burden of ensuring that the persons who are charged with a crime, that we and our law enforcement partners believe that that is the individual who committed that crime. And we need the personnel to ensure that the proper considerations are given, that that people have enough time to review that evidence and to provide those documents to the defense and put forth a vigorous case when that needs to happen, and to make the proper adjustments, anywhere from reducing charges to withdrawing a case if that's appropriate when we've had time to review that. But we can't do it if we don't have enough people. There's only so much work that people can do. So that's my soapbox.
Thank you, Mrs. Spangler. Thank you, Becky. Sam DeMarco, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chairman Palmesina. Ms. Spangler, thank you very much for your presentation there, and thank you for bringing to our attention how much your office had requested and how much the county executive had recommended as part of their budget. As you heard in the previous presentations, and we are under a great deal of pressure here to examine closely budget requests and things of that nature, because a 46.5% tax increase isn't anything that's palatable, for our constituents out there in our communities. But safety isn't something that we're willing to jeopardize either. I'm not going to ask any further questions. I just want to leave those comments that I would just ask that you be cognizant and that you give the district attorney our feedback, and that we want to know exactly the minimum amount that you need to be able to provide the services that we expect, as you had shared, you're constitutionally obligated to, for this office here, and that we can work with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Councilman Futolis.
Thank you for your time. You made a comment at the end about it's required by law. Could you recap that, because you didn't write that down? I wonder.
The Constitution requires us to provide a speedy trial and a defendant is entitled to a speedy trial. In order to meet our obligations in that regard, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has set rules that lay out what is a speedy trial in Pennsylvania. It sets out timeframes that we are required to file certain documents. If somebody's in jail, if we don't file those charges within that time period, they get out. If we don't bring them to trial within that time period, the charges get dismissed. And so those are our constitutional obligations. We also have constitutional obligations with the discovery rules. There's in case of United States versus Brady, it's a United States constitutional case. They find under the Constitution that the defendant has a right, and I actually agree with this, has a right to full discovery of the evidence that the Commonwealth has, unless it's something that's privileged. If you have, a confidential informant, we don't have to turn that over. It just means we can't use them if we can't reveal who they are unless there are certain requirements. So those are our we have legal requirements, and we're required to ensure that we know, that we believe the person. This is an ethical duty that we have in addition to no other attorneys have this requirement. We're required to be ministers of justice. We're required to not just prosecute. We're not the attorney of anyone other than the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Allegheny County. We are not an individual's attorney. We have to make sure that we are doing the right thing in each and every case. What we believe to be there are courts that disagree with us, there are juries that disagree with us, but we can't go forward on a case unless we believe the evidence that we have supports that this is the individual who committed the crime.
Yeah, I think you did a great job of making your case today.
Yeah.
And some of the departments are considered more essential than others, and you're considered to be pretty high up there as far as law enforcement, I guess.
Well, everybody's essential,
Sure.
though.
I mean, but it's a difficult thing for this council to meet this burden that we're under. So thank you for your time.
Councilwoman Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman Palmesino.
Sorry to steal your thunder.
No, it's okay. I only get 3 questions, so if you answer one without me asking, I get more. So thank you for that. Okay, so I really appreciated that discrepancy. I mean, as you said, it's about a $2.6 million discrepancy between what was asked for and what you actually presented. And so, I told you what my questions were going to be. So I want to point out these amounts that are being presented in this budget that you're getting are what we can offer with a 2.2 mil increase in taxes. And I told you, we have heard from so many people, they don't want to see that. We don't want to have to do that. So the other options are, okay, we do a lower millage increase or no millage increase, and that would mean, as my colleague pointed out earlier too, less money than you're even being proposed now. So if you had to go through the budget as presented in the comprehensive fiscal plan, where would you cut from? We're looking for waste over spending. Where would you cut from in this budget?
Let me give you an example of why I can honestly say I am not aware of any waste in our budget.
Thank you.
When I go back to my office, you know what I'm going to do with these papers? Mm-hmm. I triple fold them, I cut them in half, and this is what I use to take notes on when I get a phone call. Yeah. We don't buy a whole lot of extraneous supplies for that reason. I have a whole stack all over my desk of cut up pieces of paper, and that's what I take notes on.
Wow.
So that's how far we go to being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. We reuse everything. We don't just throw things out, but we don't have, our job is people-centric. I mean, you need people to drive the buses and stuff. We were required to have people do our jobs. There's nothing you can automate. And we don't allow our attorneys to use ChatGPT to write motions or briefs because they make stuff up.
Yeah.
They make up citations. So I had to come out early on and say, no, you have to do your work. So, I mean, but, we got 2 software programs to make us more efficient. And I do need to acknowledge, because some of you may not be aware, we did have an attempted or a cyber intrusion in July. It was, as we believed at the time and was later proven after 10 and a half, 11 long weeks of waiting for a governmental agency to tell us what we already knew, it was a very quick in and out. We had the cyber intrusion. It was detected by Homeland Security at 2 p.m. on that day. I think it was July 11th. We have a detective who is a member of the FBI's cyber task force locally. Homeland Security contacted him. He happened to be on vacation at that time, but like all people in our office, he answers his cell phone on vacation. He got that report. He notified our IT tech who came downtown. That he was notified by 6 p.m. Our IT tech was downtown and on the phone to me and was checking things in our office, asked me, I can't tell other than this one thing that was intruded on, if anything else happened, do I have permission to unplug the server from the internet? He literally, and I said yes, he literally pulled the plugs. And because of that, our security, outside security consultant firm, All Lines, you'll see it in a line in our budget for an amount of $60,000 for them. That's an increase in that amount, our contract with them before, because of what we learned from this, is that we are seeking to increase our budget for them to be a proactive consultant instead of reactive. They helped us do the work beforehand, but what we're asking now is to increase that so that when upgrades come about, we can do them automatically and not have to wait till something happens and say, oh, we should have installed that. We found some vulnerabilities in our system that allowed what happened to happen. And I believe I can tell you this because we provided it to county IT, we provided it to court IT, the report from, as I refer to them, the alphabet soup agency, because it's a lot of acronyms and I can't remember what the letters are. But what happened is, and this is a warning to everybody, is that an employee in our office was searching for a governmental website. It was one of our websites that we use, and instead of going to a link on our homepage, I don't know, people just search, and in the search engine, what comes up, you know how that works, comes up with a list of things, my initials are RDS. You're looking for RDS computing or something. You type in RDS. Well, RDS is going to come up. There's going to be a whole bunch of RDS things. Unfortunately, they clicked on the spoof site. That's how the intrusion happened. That sounds horrible, but that's actually the best way it happened. It wasn't that they were able to break into our system. It was that somebody went to something else. And so now we have different firewalls, but the firewalls we had were, alerted Homeland Security, but now we have additional firewalls that we've built into our system. So that's something where we are asking for an increase in that one outside contract. There's a lot of lost efficiency in these past 11 weeks that it took us to get back to the point where the alphabet soup agency said, yes, this is what happened, and yes, this is what you've done to correct it, is, we checked that box. But is that an increase in a contract? Yes. Is that waste? No. I would say that's essential.
I agree. And going off of that, I had heard that the office was without internet for a while and people were having to use hotspots. Is that something that got rectified when you got this clear from the agency?
Well, we're not full, because county and court ITs haven't fully allowed us back onto the internet. So we do still, we are still operating by hotspots, but we do have phone service now. My phone rings at my desk.
Great.
So I no longer have to use my personal cell phone nor do the rest of the people in our office. We were using our personal cell phones. We had, if you saw our website, we had posted on our website 2 alternative numbers to call instead of our office number.
Yeah.
So, it is, be very careful about links that you click on.
I've never even heard of that way of someone getting in. I assume you click a link in an email, so that was really interesting to hear. And I just have my last question, since that was only 2, since you helped me out with that first one. My last question is, it sounds like you have a need for more money than was proposed in the budget. So if you got more money than was proposed in this budget, what would your priorities be to
Personnel.
spend it on personnel? Specific positions, entry level, or moving, you talked about moving people up the scale?
Converting those 9 positions, which is only $78,000, by the way, converting those 9 positions to that higher grade, that would be my number 1 priority.
Okay.
And then there are other positions that, every position we requested is, I would say, is necessary. We could go through and say that there are some we could delay. It would be painful, but it's because we've been so understaffed for so long.
Right.
And so it's hard for me to say, yeah, we don't need that. Oh, we're just padding the woodwork.
You got to play catch up.
Right, we're still playing catch up. The increase in the starting salary was huge. But even that, we're 2 years forward.
Inflation,
And people graduating from law school are still not, now we're starting to be at that lower end, so.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all the information you brought us today.
Mr. Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for being here this evening.
I'm sorry?
Thank you very much for being here this evening. We very much appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I have hearing aids.
No, you're totally good. So you mentioned a little bit of the disparity between positions that were granted to the DA's office versus the PD's office. Do you have the numbers for total staff that you have in the DA's office versus the PD's office?
I don't have the PD's office staff numbers.
Okay.
That probably is available to you.
Yeah, I'll be able to get it later. I was just curious, since you have the number of new positions this year.
Currently, we have 228 full-time staff.
Okay.
We have 2 part-time, that's 2 part-time attorney positions. We only have 1 part-time attorney. And we have 26 part-time interns. That's a total of 256 personnel.
Okay.
We've requested our 250 and that additional 22, which would put us at 278. But if you take out those 9 conversion, that lowers that total number.
Okay.
So that's one area.
And you spoke to, just in general, insufficient staffing, and obviously that's why you requested the 22 numbers. Have you seen, assistant DAs or, general attorneys on your staff being forced to kind of default towards even more plea deals than you see typically, just based on lack of ability to, properly have the time to prosecute those cases, or has nothing like that occurred?
I hear that rumor. I can say that that's not true. Our attorneys, if the reasons to make a plea agreement is because, to offer a plea agreement to the court, because it's an offer to the court, the court has to accept it. But, are based on the evidence and the evidence that we have at the time, what the involved parties need to do, all of that happens. What I'm seeing are exhausted people. Our people are still working the cases as hard as they can. When we were in our cyber issues and we could not send emails to the county police, they could send us an email, but we couldn't respond. And we had on-call attorneys, and there were 2 homicides that occurred in the county late one afternoon. The 2 of our attorneys who were on call went to county headquarters. They went to county HQ with their laptops and worked with them there because it was easier to do than going home, because they couldn't send them an email anyway. So they went there, and they were there until 2 a.m. in the morning. I told them, don't come in tomorrow.
Right.
Well, basically that day. So, you worked a double shift. Our attorneys don't get paid overtime. So, I mean, so that's what I see.
Yeah.
I see exhaustion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And since you already answered my 10% question, I won't make you re-answer that. So in your requested number, that equates to about a 17% increase in your overall budget versus the 6% that was proposed. You've spoken a lot about the cybersecurity issues that you've had and kind of the knock-on effects that has created. How much of that, burnout and request for more funding do you think can kind of be attributed to those deficiencies that have been created due to just having to deal with such a different climate? And like you said, I mean, not being able to email appropriately, having hotspots, using your personal devices, all these things that kind of add up a little bit to a tougher workplace. How much of that do you think is contributing to the overall need for additional people and additional funding and all that burnout?
Very much.
Okay.
That's a huge, the stress of missing something is constantly there. I mean, everybody wants to do a good job.
Right.
And they have that stress, and just the volume of evidence. One of our attorneys who has left in our office now had said once about the increase in the volume of video and digital evidence. He said, we're like the dog who caught the car. What do you do with it now? Because we have so much of it. And we have some cases, it's only an hour or 2 hours of video that you have to go through and redact. But those more serious cases, you're talking some of them 60 to 100 hours of different video from all those different sites. If you have 5 police officers at a scene, you have to watch 5 body cams, and they may be on that scene for an hour or 3 hours, and you have to watch it all. And we have to redact what needs to be redacted, and we have to copy it and provide all of it to the defense. And that's why we purchased the software package that we have. That's the nice software that you see in there. That is $308,000 a year in licensing fees. This is the first year we have to pay it because we had grants for it the past 2 years. But now the grants have run out. That software is what allows us to do this in a more timely fashion and provide a data trail that we've provided it to the defense, that they've opened it, and we can go into court when they say they never sent us whatever, and we say, well, here, Your Honor, we did. Here's the date we sent it, here's the date they opened it. I don't know when they read it, but we can show that we sent it.
Understood. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Councilwoman Filiaggi.
Thank you, Chairman Palmasina. Good evening, Ms. Spangler, and thank you for coming in and giving us this very detailed description of the public safety function that you serve, that the office serves to this county, and thank you for your service. As you know, I mean, people here know that you and I know each other pretty well, and I am an advocate for the district attorney's office, or try to be. But I do have some questions that,
Sure.
and I'm asking everyone, so I am trying to be fair about that. I am assuming that you do own property in Allegheny County.
Yes, I do.
And you have talked about this, but I'm not sure to what level the interaction has been. Has anyone from the administration actually approached you about implementing austerity or cost-saving measures?
In our office, no, and personally, no.
Okay. And did the administration ever reveal to you, prior to you doing your own budget or any of these dates, the extent of the proposed tax increase, which is 46%?
No.
Okay. And again, on a personal note, I want to say that I do have a working knowledge of the efforts that are going on in the office, having been there myself, and the public safety element of it, and cutting back, and the burnout that you're describing, which is a real thing, and how you have described that this is a people-centric job, and you can't, no amount of technology increases is going to take the place of going to trial, making the pleas, dealing with the victims, dealing with the police officers. And just to be clear, that's all real and not exaggerations, and I appreciate the statements that you have given us. And just to be clear, this is your statement, correct? As you serve in the office as the
first assistant district attorney, and
Yes.
this is my statement as reviewed and approved by the district attorney.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was going for. I appreciate that. Thank you.
President Katina.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a very good opening statement. It's very powerful. Question
I
for
used to
you.
be an appellate attorney before I became an
It shows.
administrator.
I'd like to dig into your third paragraph, because your third paragraph very much concerns me. The sentence, although on paper they claim we were receiving 7 additional positions, they are counting positions that were negotiated with the new executive to add to our roster in 2024 because of the failure of the prior executive to award us our 2024 request. So you're telling me that what we budgeted in 2024 for your office in those positions was not given to you?
Well, we were provided a budget, and we believed that it included those positions. And on December 28th, our office received an email saying that no, those positions were not funded. And December 28th, if you recall, was a Friday, December 28th of 2023.
I'd like our staff to look into that. I'd like to know what the budget we approved and why those positions, what exactly happened, because if we approved that budget, those positions should have been, nothing should have changed the last Friday of the month because the budget was already approved by then.
Yeah. Well, all I know is what we believed was the budget and because we were asking when they were going to be loaded into the power plan so that we could start interviewing for people. 3 of those positions we have hired 2 people. We had a third person hired, but then had a family emergency. Those were 3 in-house victim advocate positions. And that's a really important job for us to have in-house people to be victim advocates for cases that aren't covered by the private outside agencies, because we discovered there are a lot of cases that don't fall under their umbrellas, and they were coming into our office having never spoken, to the preliminary hearing, having never spoken to anyone before. So those were important positions, and I don't want to fault the new executive, for all, there was a lot of new things going on. We were trying to work things out. We made the request, and then it was agreed that we would get those 7 positions. And
But
now I'm being told that they're being counted towards our 20.
Those positions were in last year's budget, correct? That's what I
They
keep
were in
going.
last year's budget.
Okay,
Last year's budget request.
So they should have been funded they should have been funded in last year's budget. They were,
Request, not the actual budget.
They're in our request. I can't say, we are never provided which positions we're given a number. And they don't say,
Nope.
we approved this position, this position, this position. We don't know any of that until we get, that is revealed. That's a system problem. I'm not saying that that's a problem with this executive. That's a system problem. And now we're being victimized by that problem again, which is why, and I don't blame any persons, they're just doing their jobs that they are directed to do. But we literally had to hound the budget office to determine which 7 positions were they giving us. And we were finally told, well, you got the 7 this year.
But your personnel costs, do you recall if your personnel costs changed overall from that Friday to what was adopted in the budget or what you requested?
That I don't know, but
Okay.
we can find that out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, we can have our staff look into that. Ken and Sarah can look into that. Councilman Klein.
Thank you.
Who I also know. He worked with my husband at Duquesne.
For a few years, like 30 years. So, thank you, Deputy Spangler. And so I feel like we've been here before. And so I'm just wondering, as you look at your current situation, I mean, is this the cumulative result of many years of coming here and, your allocation not being met, so to speak?
Initially, we've never been given the funding, the staffing that we've requested. Our initial greatest problem was the salary. And then when we had that agreed to collective bargaining agreement, that was a $20,000 increase from the starting salary, from 45, if you can believe, just for attorneys with a graduate degree, to 65, which now is being left in the dust. But that's for the next CBA. So we were hiring people and we were getting to that, but because we never got those the extra staff, all the extra staff that and it's not just attorneys, it's staff as well. They're now, we have 2 people leaving tomorrow. Tomorrow is their last day. One's an attorney who's been here a little over 5 years and is in the domestic violence unit. And the other is also in the domestic violence unit and has been here 2.5 years. And he's one of those people who was promoted into the domestic violence unit and is still making the starting salary. And he can't afford to do that. And I couldn't guarantee him when he would get that increase, which is why we're asking to convert those positions.
So I'm not real
It's
clear.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah, right. So I'm not clear on how the process plays out specifically with the row offices, but you've made a very compelling case before us this evening. But do you at any point have the opportunity to make that case to the administration? I mean, you submit your request, but you're putting some meat on the bones here in terms of, specifically what your needs are and, these are the challenges we face. So is that something that's a part of the process?
We have begun a process with the current executive to do that. I hope I haven't shot that in the foot with my presentation tonight, but I have an obligation to my office and to the taxpayers of Allegheny County to do what I do in court, tell it like it is.
Yeah.
So we have made our presentation, we've met with individuals in the administration, and we've provided our reasons for why we need these personnel. And
Okay.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
It goes back before my time in this office, that this office we've been digging out of a hole. I've been here 28 plus years, it'll be 29 in May, so.
Well, thank you. You have electricity. I mean, you don't have a lamplighter on staff to keep the place ablaze. But I think that what you laid out here is pretty concerning. So thank you for your candor.
Thank you, Councilman Klein. Councilman Walton.
Ms. Spangler, I've been sitting here listening and hearing you share some staffing concerns, and I'm curious. The two individuals that you most recently described that are going to leave very quickly, very soon, and correct me if I share it wrong or repeat it in an inappropriate manner or incorrect manner. You said that one is leaving because of your inability to give them or to provide them with a date that they would be converted to a higher rated position or just a higher compensated position, or the same work at a different compensation rate.
Right, at the higher rate that one would expect when you move into a special victim unit.
Is that a result of the of restrictions or positions limited by your collective bargaining agreement? What is what's the situation? Because again, I want to be able to understand.
Sure.
What you're actually describing.
The collective bargaining agreement, the CBA, does not limit the number of attorney grades in the office. We start at an attorney grade 4, move to an attorney, when you get a promotion, you're supposed to move to an attorney grade 3, and then to an attorney grade 2. That's the promotion path. And promotions are given on merit. Unfortunately, over the years, as additional, and this preceded me, and I've tried to rectify that in my tenure in this position, is that when new positions were requested, the new positions requested were entry-level positions. So we became bottom heavy.
So that new position, is that an attorney grade 4? Is that or is that an entry level position itself?
Entry level is attorney grade 4.
Okay.
So when the attorney who's leaving, one of the attorneys who's leaving tomorrow, he's an attorney grade 4. He was promoted from the community impact unit, which is, a training level unit. He was promoted to the domestic violence unit, which is a very important, and it's a competitive to be chosen for that unit because of the work that they do. He's been in that position for about 8 months now, and he's still an attorney 4, because the only way that I'm allowed at this point to give him an attorney 3 pay is if somebody who's an attorney 3 leaves. And I can't say to someone, unless counsel or the executive or somebody says, yes, we will permit you to convert those attorney 4 grades to attorney 3 grades in these positions only. I'm not asking for them for anything other than these special units, these specialty units, those units where you're dealing with those higher grade cases. So those 9 positions, there are 9 people in those specialty units, the juvenile court, in domestic violence, in child abuse, in the sex crimes unit, in the violent crimes and firearms unit, in our post-conviction federal habeas unit, who are attorney 4 grade, but they're doing higher level work. but they're still in that grade because no one will grab the golden ring and allow me to put them into that. You know, it's a simple conversion, and it's just several $1,000s.
Why is that a managerial decision, or is that a collective bargaining issue?
It's not a collective. If I could bring the collective bargaining, they would tell you.
So it's not a collective.
Steelworkers Union.
So
will tell you they do not
I'm sorry to
object.
interrupt. So you say it's not a collective bargaining issue?
No.
But those are purely managerial decisions.
Well, we don't have the ability to convert them.
Why not?
Because they're in a position, they're budgeted for this. I need to convert that position to a higher amount of money.
So
the county executive has to approve that.
Again, I'm not trying to be rude, but.
No, I appreciate the back and forth.
So, because it's important for me to understand, it's not a collective bargaining issue. It's a managerial issue that you're saying that is solely a managerial discretion. However, you're saying that you don't have the funding to do this, or is there some other rationale that you're not making that managerial decision?
An attorney 3 position is budgeted at a certain, and I can't remember the number. It's 70,000 something.
So you only have, so again, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to understand. So you only have, in your budget, you only have so many managerial so many positions at attorney grade 4, attorney grade 3, attorney grade 2, attorney grade 1.
Well, no, it only goes up to 2.
Only 2. That in your budget, you only have the dollars budgeted for those 3 positions. However you manage your operation.
Yeah, well, we are budgeted an amount for that attorney 4 position. In order to provide the salary that is budgeted for the attorney 3 position, I need someone to leave an attorney 3 position. We don't have the money in that position. The young man who's in that position, his position is funded at the attorney 4 funding level.
So I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to understand. So, and you have X number of 4s, X number of 3s, X number of 2s. And so, all of those positions, or most of those, or some of those positions are filled at 3s and 2s, and you have some folk at 4s that are qualified to do 3 work or 2 work, but you don't have the resources to pay them because those budgeted positions are filled.
Right, those individual positions are filled, yes.
Isn't that life? Isn't that life?
Not in general. If you work somewhere else and you get promoted to
You get paid for the work that you do.
You get promoted to a higher level of responsibility.
You get paid for the work that you do, don't you?
You get paid at that higher level of work position.
You get paid for the work that you do. If you do higher work, if you're assigned, well, look, my collective bargaining history tells me that I worked in a steel mill for 20 years.
My father is a coal miner, my grandfather's a coal miner,
Yeah.
my great-grandfather.
And so we had sequences, and positions were positions. And if I filled a position, I may be qualified to do work at a higher level, but if there was no vacancy at a higher position, I filled it when it was open and got paid when it was open, and I do the work that I was assigned and got paid for the work that I was assigned. So that's the world in which I came up in. That was that's my collective bargaining experience. But if you I really want to understand, and I don't want to belabor this. Bobby's laughing at me.
I think what you're asking is, can you put them in an acting position role like they do in other unions and pay them that rate? Am I right with that?
Can't pay them well. We have fought with the county over increasing people within grade, and we did that with several positions. And when we had the funding, we would do that. And then we would have to go through an extended battle back and forth with the county solicitor's office and the county manager's office. And eventually, they would acquiesce that if we had the money in our budget, that we could increase someone within grade. Currently, we don't have. That's why I'm asking to convert those attorney 4 positions to attorney 3 positions and asking the county for $78,000 more dollars. Because that's what it would take, $78,000 to convert 9 attorney 4 positions
to get
attorney
to
3 positions.
Okay, all right. That's not, and that's what I was trying to understand. The rationale and the need and the justification. Because again, I firmly believe that people should be compensated for the work that they do. That's the way it should be. So thank you. Now, that's the first piece. The second piece is I need your diversity numbers.
It's in our presentation. And I can tell you, we currently, our breakdown, it's on, actually, page 1. We have 124 males, Asian 3, Black 11, this is females. Females, 124 total, 3 Asian, 11 Black, 1 Hispanic, 105 white, and 2 or
How
more
many
races,
African Americans
4.
in policy making positions?
Currently, we do not have any.
We got a problem.
We do.
We got a problem.
Absolutely, we do.
We got a problem.
Yeah.
You
I
want more
agree
money?
with you.
You want more money?
Well, I'm sorry.
Whoa,
We don't have-
no.
we
Whoa,
have We have one
You're
supervisor.
the deputy. I'm telling you, you want my vote? You fix that. You don't fix that, you got a problem.
No.
There's no debate, there's no discussion, there's nothing needed. I'm just telling you what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
I misspoke.
Enough said.
I misspoke.
Enough said.
I misspoke when I said 0. We have one supervisor, well, 2 supervisors, and 2 of our staff supervisors are African American, one or Black. One is a female, one is female, one is male. We do not have any. We currently do not have any Black attorney supervisors.
We got to fix that, baby.
We do.
Excuse me, I apologize for calling you baby.
That's okay with me.
All right.
I'm from the same generation. I don't take offense.
Seriously, we got to fix that.
When now Judge Housey was the public defender, he and I used to go to the Black Law Students Association.
Yes, ma'am.
All the time together. He and I would go together and recruit students, and I would come out frustrated. Why can't we get more people to come to our offices? And he would say to me, Becky, look at what we pay.
You don't pay them.
Absolutely. Hey, I understand. Hey, look.
I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, so we
and I
gotta
will
fix
do
it.
my
I'm
best.
just saying,
I will do my best to fix that. And I understand your position until then.
Ms. Spangler, I want to thank you for your presentation. And I want to say this, I think, and maybe I'm off line a little bit here. We ask you to come and tell us what you need. It's also our job is to get you what you need. If you think you need more money, think you're being slighted, which I think you are saying here. No one's taking that against you. But it's our job as a body to find that money somehow and move it into the departments where it needs to be. Maybe someone's getting more money than they should get. That's our job to dig into this budget, break this down, and get you what you need. To pay the people there that need to be paid, because to be honest with you, to pay an attorney that has spent 6 and 7 years in school, even 65, which we finally got up there, now you're falling behind on the 65 now. So I appreciate it. I feel your pain. And what you guys do is what you do. Your office is strong. The district attorney is very good at what he does. But to see your frustration, got to come this way. We need to find your department, everyone's department, that needs to fund, that can show us why they need it. That's our job. So once we break down into our 3 different meetings we're going to have, we're all going to be meeting again, and we'll be in touch with you and the district attorney, and we're going to see what we need to do. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and if anybody wants it, I did bring some extra some extra
I'm only
copies
kidding.
of the prosecutor retention survey, if you're interested.
Becky, thank you. Heather, good to see you back here. I see you. We see you.
Yeah, it is.
The Allegheny County Controller is next.
Thank you. Can we take?
Oh, do you want to take a break? Does anybody have to go to the bathroom? Anybody need a break?
Executive copies, okay.
Let's see. Let's come back at, how about 8 o'clock? Sorry about that, but everybody's been standing
You should
here.
hold me till last.
Thank you, Becky. Yes, sure. We will come back at 8 o'clock.
That's what we do.
I think I'm worth it.
Are you, is that confirmed? All right. All right. Denver, New Orleans.
Do you want to go to the left? Yes. Where do you go?
Right.
I'm gonna do my best.
These are the things I get. This is what
Thank you very much for a little break there, and good to see everybody back. And Controller O'Connor, how are you? It's good to see you, and whenever you're ready to go, just do your thing.
I'm good. Thank you for having me, Council. With my Deputy Controller, Amy Wise, we also have a number of staff in the back. I actually wanted to see if we can continue the level 2, level 3 debate on the lawyers from the DA's office, if you wouldn't mind doing that one again. But no, just an overall, our office is committed to providing innovation, transparency, efficiency, and accountability in county government. We record all revenues and expenditures and provide oversight of the county's operations, services, spending, and contracts. This year's budget request is $8.7 million. That's for 94 full-time employees. Right now, we have 81 of those positions currently filled. I'll begin with our accounting division. The accounting division monitors the financial affairs of the county, processes more than 300,000 vendor payments annually, sets up all new contracts, and processes all contract amendments and rebudgeted requests. Through the division, we also produce the annual comprehensive financial report, the popular annual financial report. Our payroll section ensures that our entire county workforce gets paid and gets paid on time. So far this year, payroll has produced more than 126,700 payments, representing roughly about $316 million in total wages. Our construction division, which is under accounting, reviews all new construction, renovation, and land use development and facility projects from start to finish. As of October of this year, there were approximately 61 active construction projects with a budget of about $250 million. With our inspections, we were able to identify approximately $450,000 in savings thanks to the oversight that that office provides. Also in the accounting division, particularly with accounts payable section. Began work with DHS to implement a new debit card service provider to pay foster care and senior care companions. This work will continue through 2025 to ensure proper implementation. That division is also, I know we were here last year talking about debit cards for our poll workers. We believe we can demo it at one polling location this year. We think overall other counties are starting to do that, as we mentioned last year, and we hope with this new provider we can do one demo at one precinct this upcoming fall. I want to recognize from that division Starry, who's here, Teresa, who couldn't be with us, Joni, as well as Sarah. And we also have Janine, and I mentioned Janine last because if everybody thinks the election is going to be torture, she's the one that makes sure everybody gets paid, so that's going to be a very difficult job for right after the election occurs as well. Now we go to our auditing division. This division saves the county a lot of money, but it also provides us with the oversight that is needed in order to make great changes that we see while we do our audits. The division performs financial audits, performance audits, recommends to the county management to improve the economy and efficiency of county operations. Our audit division is peer reviewed, which is a distinction that is not achieved by many government auditing operations across this country. In 2025, the auditing division will be peer reviewed for years 2022 through 2024. The division has passed the last 5 peer reviews with no deficiencies. Our auditing division will also be updating its policies and procedures manual to match the latest U.S. government accountability office's Yellow Book standards and guidelines, which we tend to follow. In addition to providing recommendations to the county, we also perform the county's single audit in-house, which saves the county $100,000 each year. The division also saves the county money, roughly about $10 million on auditing fees by performing the audit of the health department's Title V Air Quality Fund in-house as well. Last year, we did 8 hotel audits, which found more than $166,000 was due back to the county in taxes and fees from hotels that had been closed. Next year, the auditing division, talking with the Treasurer's office, we will now be responsible for all of the audits for all hotels across the county, which we believe will also save us a lot of money. 2 audits I want to talk about specifically that we did this year were the Clean Air Fund audit, which showed that millions of dollars that could be used in areas that are seeing poor air quality were not being spent. A lot of people did not know how to apply for that funding, and I think that's wrong, especially for the areas that are seeing poor air quality throughout our county. In August, we also completed a Department of Human Services audit, which looked at the homeless assistance program, which revealed that bridge housing programs maintained way too long of a waiting list, while we also saw that individuals who came to our shelters were spending way more time than the requested 30 days that the DHS department likes people to stay in those shelters. One individual particularly was there for 1,500 days, which is a terrible sign that we are not doing enough in that department. But obviously we have an audit, and if you need to see that audit and the findings, we will let you know. Director of Auditing, been there a number of years, is Lori, and she brought with her tonight Bethany from that division as well. The last division I want, well, 2 more divisions briefly, is our management system. That's basically our J.D. Edwards Service Center, which provides tech support and resources throughout the county. The service center accepts more than 3,000 help desk calls annually for JDE servers. JDE Service Center is also completing a new tool upgrade, JDE Release 23. This work brought the county's key financial software in line with current standards to ensure optimal use and efficient performance. The JDE system also, I know, was talked about through the DA's office about blackouts, but we actually had a software malfunction. It was actually caused by CrowdStrike, which was a massive worldwide shutdown. And I will say that our department, thanks to their persistence and creativity, the management system for JDE was only down 1 day. And that's a great sign that we were able to do something like that. That protects our money, it protects our employees' money as well. So JDE does a lot of great work, and a lot of people don't know that they're within the county because they actually sit at the city-county building. And lastly, the administration houses staff dedicated to policy, budget analysts, special projects managers, community relations, intergovernmental affairs, legal counsel, communications, external relations, human resources, and executive management. My chief of staff, Matt, is here. Obviously, I introduced Amy. Bill Urbanek could not be with us this evening, and there's a number of other staffers behind us as well. I know some questions that are coming. I tried to jot them down so I can help a little bit in this process. I do own property in Allegheny County. In fact, today, I hope I'm allowed back into that property. It's my daughter's 3rd birthday, and I think I missed it, so everybody on council owes me a gift of some sort. No, I'm just kidding. That's okay. I'm good. They're saving me a piece of cake, so it's all good. This year, we requested 4% above last year. That basically comes down to roughly $338,000. That is in salaries as well as in healthcare, which made those costs go up. But open to any other questions. Tried to get through that as quick as I could, Bob, for you.
Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you for answering the pre-asked questions. We're way ahead of the game with you. We will start with Councilman Long.
You told me already.
Oh, your stats. I'm sorry, I forgot that one. Where is that stat? Right in front of me. Yes, okay, so our staff is 80% white, 15% black, 4% Asian, 51% female, 49% male.
And African American policy position.
Policy position, so Janine, manager, internally within her section, I know we just made some promotions for supervisors. I can get you those specific numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. President Katina. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Paul. I'm sorry.
Well, in this budget season, the question just has to be asked. So where are you prepared to make cuts if you have to?
Yes, so I think right now what we have budgeted would be 94 positions. 81 of those are filled. I think, when we get down to it, if we could keep those open, that would help to see what, your final budget looks like when you make those cuts. The number that we asked for from budget, we actually ended up with $266,000 less than what was requested. So, if we have to make other additional cuts, it would unfortunately probably be in full-time training and things like that, maybe some educational pieces that we had set aside for some manager positions as well, but we can look into that. But I think for us, if we just left those positions unfilled, I don't know what that savings is off the top of my head, but probably a couple $100,000 easily. Yeah. But that would probably be our easiest cut if we had to do something like that.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman DeMarco. I know he's not feeling well.
Yes, Chairman Paul Messina, thank you for recognizing me.
Go ahead.
Controller O'Connor, could I ask you, you were recently in the news because you alerted us, you were the first one to come out and talk about the county, running a deficit of over $60 million, and then we've since seen that has grown. When did your department first discover that we were in this position?
So, during our annual report last year, we saw that there was deficit coming. We obviously knew that the ARP money would get us through the last few years. This year, when we come out with our sort of snapshot in time mid-year, it's the June numbers. So our June numbers had it at revenue was down about $1 million and costs were up roughly about $57 million. I do know that the county budget office gets updated numbers quicker than we do, but I know you're looking at closer to 80 probably by year's end. So I would say, we knew that this was coming. Everybody knew that the ARP money was going to run out. So I think when we took that snapshot in time, we really wanted to get that report to you all and to the public as soon as possible, and especially to the administration who asked when we were going to go public with that report, a few days before we actually did it.
Okay, so that was my next question was, when did you notify the budget department of the administration, or are you telling me the budget department of the administration, they were well aware of this? So that's months ago, basically.
Yeah, I couldn't speak for them, but I would definitely assume they usually get the numbers before we do, so they were definitely aware of what the numbers were. As I said, they know the projections before we do, probably for end of the year, but it's close in time, but they would know it before us. And we did tell them that we were, obviously going to do our snapshot in time report, and they knew that was coming, and they didn't say don't do it or anything like that. So it was cooperative when we did it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. President Katina.
Thank you, Controller O'Connor. Last year, November of last year, was the first time I think I heard the word structural deficit used as far as our budgets go. Obviously, this has been going on since 2021. So what did your findings show for the prior years then, since obviously we had a structural deficit since 2021 without County Council being informed until last November?
Yeah, what we saw throughout the last few years is what a lot of governments were doing. We're filling it in with the ARP money. And Amy can go back and look at what those numbers were the last 2 years. But I remember, definitely knowing that was coming. What are we going to do with that cliff? So I think a lot of governments, were using that money to plug in holes. Last year, was it 15 million? 15 million was plugged in last year. So you knew it was coming. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, Councilman DeMarco already asked you about steps of, obviously everyone's asking about what can be done for steps of austerity at this point in time. You mentioned possibly keeping unfilled positions, cutting those. Is there anything else you can think of off the top of your head?
So that would just be within our office. I think all departments need to look at a lot of contracts that we have out. Unfortunately, this answer is going to be two-pronged, but if you look at Kane Hospital, we're seeing that went up $15 million. Unfortunately, those are a lot of contracted nurses. We know that there's a nursage shortage. I do know that the county executive has talked about bringing those individuals in-house, which, yes, that would raise our internal costs, but ultimately that could be a savior of our pension, which is failing. So I think those conversations need to be on the table. I think contracted employees all over the county need to be looked at. So I think each department should go back and look at what they have. I do know, actually, it's funny, we're having this conversation. Lori from our auditing division actually had mentioned to possibly, once we finish the audits that we're working on now, looking at contracted employees all throughout the county. So that could save us some money down the road as well. And there's, in this year's budget, we also need to start looking at agencies like the state and other places for matching funds, or giving us more money, especially in DHS and those areas. I know we get $100 million, but this budget shows that we're putting another 46 in. Is there some matching funds? And Amy can go back and look, but we used to probably get more money from the state as well on some of those things. So there's some ways to do it. I don't know if the budget office is going to like this request, but we have been undertaking a program called Infor, which is a couple $1 million, and we'd have to go back and see if the contract is there. This is something that puts sort of our newer hires through OnBase and through the cloud, but the prior administration did not tell us about this until they were 2 weeks away from uploading the system. That's a couple $1 million that, now we're playing catch up. I will tell you right now, our J.D. Edwards team has been working on this for a year and a half, if not longer, and it's nowhere near uploaded. So, there's things like that a couple $1 million we could save just on some of that kind of stuff. So I don't know if the budget.
Can you expand a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so I won't know the year. It happened prior to when I started, but I believe it was like $3.3 million, somewhere in there, to upload this new system for OnBase in the cloud with new employees. We found out about it very last minute, and we said, wait, we do the payroll, we do the J.D. Edwards, our office had no idea that this was about to go live, and we said, your system doesn't comply with our system. So we've been trying to figure this out for a year and a half. I can tell you my J.D. Edwards team doesn't want this to happen because it's been a nightmare. Are we too far along in that contract? Maybe we'd have to go back and look. But I know that the things like that we can't continue to do because it wastes money, it's not helping, and it's a long process that we are still struggling to even implement. If it was something you could implement immediately, that's a different story. This is now 2.5+ years.
How do we prevent things like that moving forward?
I mean, I think you look at, again, contracts that we're doing. And now that contract wasn't with us. We found out about it last minute because we do the payroll.
No, I understand, but how do we overall?
Exactly, I think, when you're looking at contract employees, as it was mentioned, I don't know if Councilwoman Howard, one of the council members mentioned line item budgeting goes a very long way. I mean, that was something that was so useful to me in my prior job that we could see where all the money was set aside. So I think we need to be more transparent with a lot of that kind of stuff.
So line item budgeting is definitely something you think is a good thing.
I've said that all the way through. I think that's so helpful. It's not only helpful to us, but if we want to be transparent, it's helpful to the public to be able to follow it as well.
Totally agree with you. Thank you, Controller O'Connor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, President. Councilwoman Filiaggi.
Thank you very much. And thank you both for coming to speak and being very candid and being also very prepared. And in that line, your job is numbers, right? And you've also been able to sit through some of the other the row offices, and the sheriff's office is not numbers, right? And the DA's office, having gone to law school too, that's why I'm not a numbers person, so I went to law school. But you are prepared to audit yourselves almost and look at some of these things. Can we agree that some of those other row offices are not, right? They wouldn't be prepared as your office is because you're dealing with numbers.
I mean, if it's budgeting, I would say probably yes.
Yeah, this isn't a slight on any other department.
Yeah.
But you then also speak of some of the news and some of the information is the county, the executive, the administration's Office of Budget and Finance, they have those numbers even before you. And presumably they could speak with these individual row offices and try to encourage some of the same cost-saving measures that you're suggesting, looking at contracts and things like that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they could talk to whomever.
Okay. Yeah. So you've already answered the question about owning property. Thank you very much. And has anyone from the administration approached your row office about implementing any austerity or cost-saving measures?
No.
Okay. And did the administration ever reveal to you the extent of the proposed tax increase, which is 46%, before you developed your budget or after or at all?
No, I mean, we had known that what the deficit was, and we just looked at, keeping it cost as low as we possibly could. But we didn't know the exact number or what the final proposal was going to be.
And there was no attempt at collaborating with you about
on the number?
Your budget.
No.
Okay.
No.
And also, it was brought to my attention too after meeting with your great staff the other day, something you just brought up about the matching funds from the state, which would be another source of a revenue relief. And it was indicated that what they currently are, those matching funds, it seems that they were higher at some point and could be negotiated, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think, at this point, not only should we go to the state internally, but we also mentioned pensions as well. I think, right now you have to think outside the box when it comes to those kind of things. I think the state, if you show you're making cuts, or I'm just picking general numbers. Let's say we go to the state and say we're going to cut $10 million. Is there a matching fund we can get? Now you're at 20, whatever it might be. But I think, we have to have that long-term conversation at that level as well.
And that conversation would be the administration with those other government agencies.
I would assume they would do it, yes. Yeah.
And I also am aware of the contracted services emergency almost with the nurses and the canes, and how this problem is going to continue to balloon if we don't do something extreme. Is that correct? Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, so Kane this year, mid-year was 7.2 increase in attendance. I will say that I do know that CCAC has been working with nursing programs to speed up. I think it was maybe a 3-year program up to 2. So I think, CCAC being innovative with those kind of trainings for nurses would go a very long way in helping as well. So that's a good program that they've started to talk about over there.
Great. Thank you for your answer to the questions and your time and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Controller O'Connor. First question, you kind of got about halfway there to the 10% number initially you talked about. If you didn't, fill some of those positions that are currently outstanding, you could probably save a few $100,000. 10% would be about $900,000. What would it take for you to get to that number? What would that be looking like for your office?
Yeah, I mean, I have to run what those 13 positions were. I also think, if we would cut, as I mentioned, some implementation, some training, that goes a couple more thousand right there. But internally, I mean, if we freeze and we need auditors and we need accountants, that's the hard part. I also think our office, saving so much money in inspections and audits internally goes a long way. Not that we should have that money back or anything like that, but I think our office being the oversight after the 81 that we already have filled, it would be hard to make a couple more cuts, especially in auditing and accounting. But I think, we can look at some technology upgrades we wanted to have, but we don't need to have at this moment. So I'd have to run that percentage on once we alleviated those 13 positions, what that number would leave us with. Yeah.
Understood. But what I'm hearing is it would not be easy, and it could potentially run on effects of, not seeing.
I mean, it would be hard. I mean, I can tell you right now, our audit team, we have 3 outstanding audits that I believe are important on the courts, on a number of things that we could get done a lot quicker. And, the annual report that we do, Title V, all of those things, if we had to cut more, you're looking at missing deadlines on audits, which actually could hurt our bond rating in the long term. So, if we really had to buckle down, we could find it somewhere, but it would be very, very difficult for us. And I don't think, the county would want us, I mean, whatever budget you ultimately pass, we're making sure that money goes to the right places. So, besides holding back on those salaries and some training and technology, it would be hard for us to find it. But obviously we could if we have to. I think, in this difficult time, we all could if we have to. And I think that's the message that we all need to think about.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned peer reviews for your audits. Who performs those peer reviews?
They are national. ZEA, that's right. So we have ZEA as our outside auditor, so they come in and do it. Yeah.
Audit's the auditor. And then you spoke of ARPA funds, and you said, there are a number of government agencies that have been utilizing those to plug budgetary holes. But whenever I was on Bethel School Board, really the one thing that we took away from our budget director in ARPA funds is don't use them to plug budgetary holes in terms of operating expenses, only for capital expenses. I think that's pretty much Finance 101. Don't use temporary funding for a permanent problem. Was that a recommendation that you provided to the previous administration, or is that not something that you weighed in on as controller?
No, we wouldn't make that recommendation. Looking at the numbers, we saw that here's your time's coming. I think the biggest issue was, and you saw it, all governments were doing this, and I think it's a shame, but if you're not planning for the future, and we all knew the deadline,
right?
So, 10 o'clock, this is going to hit. That's the issue, and nobody planned for it. And you can't tax, and you guys have the difficult decision that you're going to have to make in the next few weeks, but we can't tax our way out of a decline. So, that money needed to be moved into a growth kind of conversation. And if you're not putting that money towards growing the county, growing the region, whether it's a jobs program, whether it's demoing a building or brownfield site so that somebody else could develop there for affordable housing or a manufacturing site, whatever it might be, you are leaving everybody else behind. And I think that's the shame of it, looking at where we are now, is that plans were not made in governments all around the country. And I think now taxpayers are going to get hit with that. You got a bailout and you didn't plan for it. And I think that's the issue.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I appreciate it.
I do have one complaint. You said Kurt was good. I disagree from Port Authority.
Jeez, man. Is he even?
He was my former chief of staff. I can say it. I can say it. I can say that. I can say that.
Goodness.
Sorry.
Thanks, Dan.
He was my chief of staff. I'm allowed to say it. I'm allowed to say it.
Yeah, okay,
Go
I
ahead.
have some.
Sorry.
Okay, my first question is just you answered most of my questions, so thank you for that. Just clarifying questions about like what you asked for versus what is proposed in this budget. I know sometimes multiple versions of a proposal were asked for, so in your initial ask, was that where you asked for $266,000 more than what you were proposed in this?
Yes, we only did one ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question is something that you just said, we can't tax our way out of this. And we can though, right? So I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on what you mean by that.
You can obviously tax your way out of anything. I think the issue being, if you continue to decline, people are going to pay rates that are going to be through the roof. So, with whatever you decide, it has to be the conversation of growing economic growth, job opportunities, so that people start moving back. And I think that's the biggest thing. And we're seeing it with vacant buildings. We're seeing it all over. So, there's only so many times you can go to the well before the well dries up and more people move to Westmoreland County or Washington County. And then, the people that are left are going to be really stung, especially, we know that City of Pittsburgh School Board is going to have another issue coming up. Dan can talk about school boards all over, I'm sure. And I think that's kind of just the caution of, if we do something, or if you all do something, make sure that money is going to be spent properly so that we look towards the future, not filling holes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I meant.
understand
Sorry.
that. Yeah. No, it's okay. I
Okay.
just appreciate the clarity. My next question is, you talked about contracted service, contracted positions. I would like to say now, I would love to see an audit on contracted positions and just contracts in general in the county. In all my free time, have spent some time looking way back into county budgets towards now, and I've noticed a drastic increase in, I know we're hearing about this year with the nurses at Kane and the jail, but for a really long time now, we have been kind of relying really heavily on privatizing what I see as county jobs. And so I always understood it as that was to save money. Let's contract out government positions. And that never made sense to me. But it sounded like that was kind of what you were suggesting now was the opposite, was that keeping it county run, keeping those positions in the county, doing more in-house is really what saves money. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it in a different way. So our pension by 2040 is basically obsolete. So, the more you outsource, those aren't individuals contributing to our pension. So we're going to get hit on both ends. So I think that is a huge conversation. Now, obviously, we know in government, and I have the same problem that everybody else does, if you don't start paying your employees, they go. I mean, I can't compete with a private CPA firm. I just can't. But I think, some of these contracts, and I said it maybe was last year, but you had engineering firms that have been here since 1988. If you're going to do that, let's at least sit down and renegotiate your contract. I think the open-ended contracts that have hit this county over the last few decades are really what we're seeing now. And unfortunately, you all, myself, the treasurer, the executive are in that right now. So I think, Lori mentioned it. I thought it was a great idea then. So Lori's going to be busier than she wants. But I think it's something that, when contracts are up, are they worth extending? Or are they not? And I think we have to have those conversations and line them up and say, here's the top 10 that we don't think should happen anymore.
Yeah, I would really love to see that audit, I will say again.
We're busy then.
Yes. And then last question, just because you did a great job answering the question about, waste and what you would do if you had less money. So I guess I would like to offer the final question of what would you do if you had more money than
more money
in this budget?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we try to hire more, retain more. I think upgrade some technology standards definitely would be good. So those are the things that we would definitely be looking for within our office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Mr. Futolis.
Well, yeah, it's my turn.
Yes, it is.
Well, Cora, thank you for coming in. Your budget's not huge. You're not like some of these departments, and we're looking to jail over $100 million. Crazy stuff. But I like the fact that you offered to not hire anyone next year. I had suggested that publicly, that we do a hiring freeze unless it's an essential employee. They talk about we have 1,500 job openings. The question is, can we fill them with this new budget? Maybe not. I think that may be coming around the bend, some sort of a hiring freeze, like I said, to help save the budget so nobody loses their job. So that's a special thing, that the fact that we don't want that to happen. And I also like the fact that you're auditing department, but I got a question about that part. Do you have an actual cost of your auditing department and the cost of what it actually brings back in, revenues that they find that shouldn't have been there? Because I'll be honest with you, I used to get reports from the controller's office, and I never asked for them. I was just getting them like for hotels. They didn't pay the proper tax and they owed less than $100 on something. No, I believe that came from the controller's office. I believe I did get it.
So we do the, Lori can correct me, so we only did sort of I'll call them just for the bad hotels, the ones that, So we had that number. Actually, Lori just broke it down. While we were sitting there, can I have her run that number for you?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had the answer, but
I just wanted to
just a question.
The treasurer's office prior to Erica had taken over our hotel audits. The only thing that we were given were closed hotels. So they outsourced all the hotels. And just to show you a number, just 2019 through 2024 to date, the outsource only did 11 hotel audits and only found $6,617 that was owed back to the county. Our office did 59, which was the only that closed, and we brought back 1.148 million.
Big difference.
Now that we got it back, we're going to be looking at all the hotels. There's 187 hotels and 47 that report quarterly that will be audited.
And I think that's credit to the treasurer's office for bringing it back internally for us as well. So those prior audits were probably when we did them,
Right.
all of them. So now that, we're going to get all of them again.
Yeah, I was just wondering how that was all going down, because we're talking about money.
Oh, yeah.
I'll use an example. The Pennsylvania Turnpike went to the Easy Pass, and they found out that they lost more like $180 million because people were just blowing the gates and not paying the bill. So were they better off putting those people in the toll booths, or were they better off, pay by whatever that thing is? You know what I'm saying? That's the question. So I guess our auditing department actually finds money and it makes us money.
Oh, our auditing division, I mean, I had the numbers in front of me, but even doing the internal audits, as I said, on Title V brings in about $10,000. The annual audit brings in $100,000. So, these are the people that really break down where our costs are going away. And even our construction division saved us $450,000. So people don't realize, they're out inspecting a lot of projects. And, we could be here for an hour talking about the Schumann construction project, but we can do that at a separate time. But those little things end up saving money. Yeah. We could.
Yeah.
I'll have to bring the breakdown of that one. I don't have that in front of me.
Well, I'd like to thank your department for what you do, and you do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey, Amy, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Council.
Always good to see you guys.
Take care.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Go kiss your baby.
I know. Thank you.
Happy birthday is right.
I'll save you some cake.
It's Dan's birthday tonight, too. Should we sing to both ends?
Just do it and get. I'll video you guys singing.
Happy birthday.
The more power suit was. And I was advised this one. Bye. Story's all in. Maybe I'll acknowledge any other staff from the county that stay. Oh, is this hot mic?
Terrible.
Terrible.
Treasurer Busters, how are you?
Turning on my volume.
He has.
Hi, y'all. We're still one more. There's still one more to go.
Pat has another meeting.
You're welcome. We heard what you asked for earlier in the evening, and we provided.
Yeah, I did try to legislate to require that we get this a couple years ago, but it's failed.
It's on the website.
So.
It's on Budget and Finance's
Yes.
public website.
Thank you very, very much.
She's talking about the line item detail. Are we ready?
You're welcome to go, yeah.
All right. I handed you new materials. They've got more information than what was sent out yesterday, and I apologize. It's our first year putting together this presentation,
okay.
so it's rolling a little later than I wanted. All right. Thanks for having us here today. I'm Eric Hiroki-Bresslars, the County Treasurer. Next to me, I have Deb Listician, our Chief Deputy Treasurer. In our audience, we have Val Reintaler, our Director of Team Transformation, think of in charge of humans and great processes. Debbie Gibson, our Director of Administration and Customer Service. Kayla Higgins, our HR Journalist, can't be with us tonight. Tanisha Pettis is handing out presentations to anyone who wants one. My senior aide. And Alina Falgione helped put all this together and keeps track of me. Oh, and Shawan Morgan, our longest serving Treasurer's Office employee.
Hey, Shawan, yeah, let's go.
Oh! It's a good thing Reed retired 2 weeks ago. Otherwise, she'd be the second longest. So today we're going to get into the mission and responsibilities of the Treasurer's Office, our revenues, what we're doing to improve, highlights from the budget questionnaire, how our budget request compares to both last year's approved amount as well as to what was put in the annual comprehensive fiscal plan, and then you get your Q&As. We've also got 2 sets of information at the end, a little more detail on the 2025 initiatives, and then also a copy of our section from the annual comprehensive fiscal report. So those are the appendices. And then we handed you the line item details, and we can email those to you, Councilor DeMarco. Later. So the mission of our office is to strive to fulfill our duties by providing excellent customer service, efficiently collecting taxes, safeguarding our county's funds while optimizing our investments for return that goes into our budget, working collaboratively with county departments, and I'm just going to add right here, it's been really great working with the Controller's Office and the Budget and Finance Office there. I think we're all integral to what the other does, and so it's been great arriving and getting that going right off the ground. And then we operate with the principles of transparency, modernization, collaboration, and professionalism. At a very high level, our office bills and collects the county taxes. We work with departments to record and reconcile their incoming funds. We issue payments on behalf of the county and the employees' retirement system. So the Controller's Office says what to pay, how much and who, and then we write the check or issue the payment. And that includes accounts payable as well as payroll, retiree payroll. We safeguard and invest our county's money. And that's with the investments we choose in the financial institutions that we keep them at. And there's typically several $100 million to manage at any time. Right now we have probably a little over $600 million at the banks and the state pool. I also the treasurer serves on the county retirement board and the investment and depository boards. I'm currently serving as president of all those boards. Oh, page 7. And, I'm going to add just asterisks on this real estate number because things that are in the J.D. Edwards accounting system are sometimes a little bit different than ours because of accruals and things. I provided the main 4 taxes we collect, both 2023, which was the audited numbers, 2024, where we're at year to date, my late afternoon guess as where we'll be at the end of the year. And then the numbers that were included in the budget that the executive proposed. Those and most none of these monies are dedicated to our office, right? They're all county funds. The real estate money goes into the operating budget. Hotel goes to SEA, Visit Pittsburgh, little projects typically at the parks, and an administrative fee, a little piece of that, about $1.5 million stays with our office. The drink tax and the car rental all go to PRT. Other revenues and fees that come through our office, dog licensing, bingo, small games of chance, tax certification. We sell the tax file to some municipalities, and then that piece of the hotel tax that we hold on to it as an administrative fee. I met with you all earlier in July to talk about what we're up to. So just to briefly recap that, because a lot of these themes carry into what we're doing next year. We're empowering and investing in our staff, our leadership team, all of whom are here tonight. We've spent the first half of the year building a deep understanding of what the office, what their colleagues are doing so that we can properly kind of direct it to the future and make changes that make sense. We are optimizing our banking relationships and the investments that we make with the county funds. We're collaborating across departments and offices. I've been endeavoring to reach out to all the department directors to find out in what kinds of ways we can work together or have things that are aligned, or maybe there's something they've been trying to do. And so that's been, I think, helpful, and some of those departments hadn't maybe ever met with the treasurer before. So it's new, and generally departments, I haven't run into a department that's not excited to do it. We're also building relationships outside of the county. That might be with COGS, with local leaders, with our state reps, with associations, professional associations where the treasurer didn't previously have a large presence. And Philadelphia does not have an elected treasurer, so I'm the I'm the elected for the biggest county that has an elected treasurer, so there's a lot of leadership that we can provide to our my colleagues across the state in county government, because compared to a lot of those offices, we're a very well-resourced, large office. We do a lot more functions than some of the other offices do. We're working on engaging with the community. That looks like being at community events, senior fairs. We're working to get materials out to more municipal buildings, and we'll be building out that department in the coming year. We are aligning staff and working and investing in robust hiring processes. We list all of our jobs publicly. We have a standard interviewing process. We are working to get staff in better positions. We've had 2 kind of internal transfers, folks that moved from one position into a more challenging, new to them position. Instead of having to list the job out, we're basically able to redeploy folks from inside our office to get more work done at the same price. We've invested a lot in our IT staff and solutions. We started the year off with 2 IT staff, and we've moved up to 4. And they're able to now have the capacity to work on longer-term projects that were previously getting contracted out. So, a way we're dealing with contracting costs is we've reduced the technology consulting piece to 0, where it had been several $100,000s a year before. And we're implementing the administration of the Volunteer Service Tax Credit Program. Woohoo! I'm like, when did I start? Okay, we're 7 minutes in. Things we're working on for next year. In our cash and treasury groups, we'll be doing the RFP for our long-term banking partners. So I expect to see fee savings and service gains when we do that. We are managing the bond proceeds, the $160 million that the county received for capital projects for this year and next year. We've got in a dedicated, thoughtfully invested account, so we're protected against a lot of these decreasing interest rates that we keep hearing about. We've invested the bond money, so that's not going to affect us materially on those funds. We are working to find a payments partner, which there's no good way to phrase this. We could be making a lot of the payments that are currently going out as checks electronically. And one way to do that is to work with a vendor that also helps to move some of them to be like credit card payments, and then you basically get your little cash back portion. So we expect to be able to get a revenue stream through that work once it's put into place, and that's a revenue stream we're expecting will start next year. That's not currently in the budget that you're looking at. We're working. The controller's office is leading it to move reports of collection online. There's a very paper-heavy process for any department to report money coming in that they're leading, getting it to be digitized, which will reduce a lot of time, save a lot of errors, and we're in close collaboration with them on that. Our merchant services vendor, that's having an entity that takes the credit card payment on your behalf online. Our office uses 4 of them currently, and I imagine between all the other county departments, there's at least another 5 to 10. And so we will be doing an RFP and looking for input from other county departments to try to consolidate some of that work. On the tax and licensing side, we are updating a lot of our communications to streamline the billing communications. That's going to include not sending paper receipts to most taxpayers, which will save us probably about $150,000 in postage next year. We'll be developing and implementing a robust identification and outreach program for short-term rentals, right? What people often refer to as are the Airbnbs, are they paying? Are the individuals working on it? Well, we really haven't had the capacity this year to tackle this project. We plan to next year. And our manager and our licensing will be revamping our small games of chance and bingo licensing outreach to hopefully bring in a little more revenue there. And we're working on ways to increase the issuance of dog licenses. In our administration and customer service, we are facilitating, updating all the contracts with our current vendors. We came into a situation where a lot of stuff was on lapsed contracts, and it's kind of a big lift for the first year or two to get that done. So that is ongoing. We're also implementing we're going to be implementing implementing and leveraging an inquiry tracking platform for improved customer service. So at our call center, we currently know like how many calls were taken that day, but we don't track what they're about. We don't record them. We don't have like a follow-up process for them. So we're looking to put all of that in place to not only provide better customer service, but to better brainstorm how to solve problems, how to communicate over to the city, like we're taking all your real estate tax calls, and like how, like it's one thing to say it's a lot, right? But it's another thing to say it's 300 a week. So we're excited about that. All right, IT and public affairs and human resources, we're identifying a replacement for our current financial management system, and it's an old system, and it'll be a multi-year process, I'm imagining. We're identifying a replacement for our current real estate tax system that takes much more internal support than we are paying for, and so that's I don't know how long of a process that is to get through. We're working on updated office security. We're expand team capacity and vision. Yeah, we're just trying to make things awesome for our employees. I'm tired. And we're working to foster a thriving workplace. So, it was a big cultural shift. As I looked at all the other presenters tonight, right, some have been in office for a very long time or a few years, right? But this is our first year. So it's important to us to invest in our employees so that they can have like good futures here at the county, that people can grow in the way they want to. And that's, I think it's a well embraced by the office, but it's also it's a big process and a lot of time. And then under our general schemes of transparency, modernization, collaboration, and professionalism, we believe transparency builds trust both in the workplace and with our residents. And so, every month it gets a little better, right? We'll post our materials from this online. At some point in the future, we'll have social media and we'll share them out that way. On the retirement board, we've begun recording the meetings. We've begun transcribing the meetings. We've standardized a lot of the ways that we run those meetings, and we've made materials more readily available to folks. So kind of that's through all the work we're doing. We're working to develop and lobby for state legislative priorities. Our county has a senior tax relief program that's got a lower income limit than the state program. I'd like to see that improved. That would be a millage tax increase in the future. So right now we're at the step of finding out how much that would cost. If we want to bring that to you as a thing, how much would it cost, and can we get the state to pass it so that you could enable it? In the longer term, we're starting to work on our physical office redesign. You're all welcome to come visit our space whenever you want. It is ugly and old, and I think people should have moldy. So we're trying to get to there, and we're working with facilities on that. We'll continue our collaboration with the Controller's Office, Budget and Finance. And with them, we're working to come up with a plan to engage county fiscal staff, because there's some fiscal staff in every department of the county and every row office, so that there's more resources available to them. They have a larger network. Are they getting nervous? They're looking back there. Sorry, it looks like you're all flipping. I'll stop. Yeah, no, it's for real. We just want to get everyone what they need. What else is here? Revenue shifts from 2020 into 2025. We're working to find an integrated payments vendor. We expect that could bring in over $400,000 annually in revenue when we make such a move. At this point, I don't think it would happen before, I don't know when it'll happen. At least 3 months out. That's not reflected in our budget. We expect to save on postage. We expect the consolidation of banking partners to bring some fee savings. And then the last thing, a place where we're spending money where we hadn't before, we've engaged at a little level an investment consultant that I want to move up to a bigger level after we do an RFP. And we've engaged a banking and liquidity advisor together, that'll be about $450,000 annually in fees. That is in our budget. And I expect to see over $1 million in better return over a year and a half. And in the longer term, when I spoke with our consultant, he said clients see 46% better interest return over a 5-year period. So I think there's, and that comes in the general budget. Here it is, I wrote it down because I always forget, the non-department revenue. So that won't show up on the treasurer's office's revenue. Okay. Highlights from your budget questionnaire. We're working on diversity in the workplace by assessing our needs, identifying our gaps, setting some goals and objectives. We have implemented hiring practices that both have bias-free, we work towards bias-free job descriptions and getting them out in diverse recruitment channels, which I think now include Vibrant Pittsburgh and nonprofit talent, as well as upskilling initiatives on our employees. We're doing Excel training, we've got a pretty personalized manager training, and we're excited to see what that yields. On diversity in the workplace, 85% white, 11% black, 2% Asian, 2% identifies 2 or more. This doesn't count, this doesn't show a person of Hispanic descent that's in our leadership team. It's 55% men, 55% women, 45% men. On page 19, we've got the adjusted budget from 2024, and then the request that we put in with the Budget and Finance Office back in, it was probably in July. And then the difference was, some of it has the wrong sign. Whoa! It was an increase of about $760,000. So we'll maybe get you a little revised thing, because I don't think that sign came out right. And then on the, and then I put in our requested 2025 budget versus what appeared in the budget document. And that one has, it was a decrease of about $500,000 between what we requested with Budget and Finance and what came out in the fiscal plan. A lot of that was in the healthcare fringe items, so we don't calculate that. That's a thing that gets calculated by Budget and Finance. And some of that I could imagine is we actually have a headcount decrease. We're working to have a smaller group that's a little better paid overall. And we can, and then I know there's a question earlier about expenditure recovery. We have a dedicated revenue account that hasn't been drawn on in ever. And so we process tax certifications for $25 each. The treasurer's office is allocated 15 of it. 10 goes, I think, to the general fund. And so that money's been getting put in a revenue account for, let's say, a decade, and never been drawn down. So this $300,000 is starting to draw down that revenue account. And is that it? I mean, I had some thoughts on budget adjustments, but I'm just going to let you all ask your questions.
Thank you very much, Treasurer.
Sorry for going long.
Councilwoman Filiaggi.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep mine very short.
I own my primary residence in Allegheny County.
Thank you very much.
That's me.
And I appreciate
Bitmoji Erica.
all your service. And the only reason I'm not glossing over it, you guys are great. You have been so communicative with us. We've seen you a lot, and I see you guys everywhere, and I'm so impressed. I know you have other lives as well. Has anyone from the administration approached your office about implementing any austerity or cost-saving measures?
No.
And did the administration ever reveal to you the extent of the proposed tax increase, which is 46%, before announcing it to the rest of the world?
Not formally.
Okay. That'll be it. Thank you so much. And as usual, you'll be very open, you two, for other questions.
Oh, yeah. Happy to answer
as we dig
whatever.
into the budget ourselves. Thank you very, very much.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer, for being here. First question, if you had to cut 10%, what would it look like? What would the ramifications be?
It would probably look like going down the budget, and my guess is it would come out pretty evenly between like personnel and services.
So would that be laying off existing employees? Would that be not hiring? What would that look like?
It would probably look like, so we're in the midst of, right sizing, thank you. Deb had the word. So right, we came in, I think we had 76, 78 employees. We're down at 68 right now, and we're in the process right now of, we've got 3 active job listings. We still have to hire a couple critical, like, directors and managers. So it would probably look like, as certain positions have turnover, filling those duties with people who are already in the office who have some capacity. And I don't know that's my best answer for now.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm happy to think about it a little harder and get back to you or all of council on it.
The only other thing I had was the controller's office mentioned that you agreed to move some of the auditing for the hotel auditing from a contractor to the controller's office, and we heard the numbers on how little they were returning in revenue based on those audits. Do you have any rough ballpark numbers on how much was spent for that outside contractor during that period to only return about $6,000?
I haven't looked into historical spending on the treasurer's office, but I will. Yeah, and I will just say that we had a great meeting with them earlier this week, and we're very appreciative that they're taking on this work, because it'll potentially be like when nobody said it, there's about 200 hotels in the county.
Right.
So it's potentially looking at 60 or deciding which of 60 if they're on a 3-year cycle to look at every year.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dan. Councilwoman Helm, yes.
Thank you. I just also want to commend your staff and both of you guys, but like your whole staff. I see yous everywhere. You always answer my questions, even when they're annoying and sometimes obscure.
When I call you to ask a question, and you start with 5 questions to me.
Yeah, it's like, oh, since you called, I have this list that I've been trying not to bother you with. But yes, I really appreciate just that working relationship. So I wanted to shout all yins out for everything that you do. Yeah. Okay, so you already answered in your presentation even impressive your ask to the county versus what is presented in the comprehensive fiscal plan. So like $500,000 less than what you requested is what is being proposed in this budget.
Yeah, but half of that was fringe benefits, which we don't even calculate.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And so and then Dan, you asked just like what that would look like, but that's with, a 10% further cut than what already exists in this budget. Like, is there money that you see in this current budget as waste?
I don't spend money on things I think are wasteful. And what I found myself wishing like a week ago is I was like, I can't wait to see our 2026 budget.
Yeah.
Right? Because this year we're still like wrapping our arms around everything. And there's a lot of stuff we're going to be able to put in place, especially when we get a couple more directors, where we'll really have a much better understanding and we'll have coded everything right when we spend it. So instead of seeing like a fat line that says consulting services, $600,000, we'll see like legal fees and like asset consulting fees and other asset consulting fees. So
Thank you.
So I feel like I'll be better able to answer. This is a terrible answer, but we'll be better able to really like understand where we're at in about 9 months.
Yeah.
But I feel like you asked something that I didn't answer.
No, I think you answered it. It was, you don't allow waste, and you are right-sizing the department, and 2026. I mean, this is your first year in this office, right?
I mean, and like we came in and we probably had 6 or 7 contract employees in the office at the beginning of the year, and we have 2 right now, and I don't know that we'll have any a year from now.
Right.
And so we are working on it diligently.
I appreciate that. My next question is I know one of your core duties, and you mentioned on here, is getting the drink tax revenue. And I know that there has in the past been some delinquent bars when it comes to drink tax. And that's kind of like your jam. So I was wondering if you could talk about a little bit just how much you have been able to get, or, folks that have been delinquent for a long time that are now no longer, if you could just speak to that revenue.
She saw my star, took bar to court. We finally got to take some owners of facilities that do not pay their tax to Judge Klein's courtroom a couple weeks ago. So our manager of, we call it special tax, has, I think since the beginning of the year, has been like, there's a new treasurer, pay up. And that's I think brought a lot of folks into compliance. And then we just there's one bar owner who has several bars and has been running different varieties of delinquent accounts for about 5 years. And so we went to court and came up with a agreement for them to pay it all over through March. And so they paid their payment this month that they're supposed to pay, and we'll keep at it, or we'll get a judgment and they'll get a padlock, and then we'll see if they pay it. So we are coming for it, and at the same time, right, in that particular case, we're talking about $120,000. So it's not like there's $5 million hanging out there in delinquent tax.
Yeah, nor 160 million, which is what we kind of need right now. You're not going to get that.
Oh, there is
Yeah,
the $160 million delinquent account. You want me to collect that one?
Yeah, please. We could really use that
There's
right
not.
now.
That was a joke.
I know. I'm aware.
That's just for the record.
My very last question is, if you were to receive additional funding, what would you prioritize using that for? Like, what do you really need that you don't have in this budget?
Yeah, and I turned to one of my team members, but not both. I feel like we don't have the capacity. Like, if you were to give it to me next year, I'd be like, I don't know if we have the capacity to spend it, right? To spend it smartly, to buy like the service, to get the things set up. But one thing we have been looking at is, or we will be more hardly looking at, is if it would make sense to propose that our county have a tax claim bureau, which is most other counties have, and it's a central entity that collects delinquent taxes on behalf of all the municipalities and school districts. Right now, that's all outsourced out by most municipalities in our county to a private collector who collects at a 10% rate, plus other fees and stuff. And so that's something we're looking at, and I've been having conversations to learn more about. So I think if we were to have a big project, looking into that might be one thing, but also if it ever gets to the point that, the state enabled it and county council enabled it, then there would be probably like a startup cost on doing something like that.
Okay, and that's just delinquent tax, because I know something that I hear from a lot of people is, I wish I could just pay all of my taxes that I owe to the treasurer and, be done. Is there any plans for that? Because I'm going to ask that every year until we do that.
Please. What I was told when I came into office is that our tax system could accommodate collecting multiple tax streams. There's some other issues with our current tax system, but it's something we'll be looking at when we look at tax systems, to have one that could do that, because I think that would be a useful thing to at least be able to offer entities. And, there's, some people think, oh, that's school districts and municipalities, right? It could also be an EMS that has a fee. It could be
the library.
It could be the library. Like, it could be a lot of things. And there's a lot of different models on that. And I think once we have the full complement of staff, our brains can start to open up to the things that are bigger possibilities.
Well, I think in the short amount of time you've been in office, you're really doing a great job, and I promise you I don't say that to many people, so I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hallam.
Thank you.
Councilman, if you told us.
Yeah.
Oh, you can pass. No, you're
I got to
okay.
say something. Yeah, well, she brought up the drink tax.
Yeah.
And you talked about the people that don't pay, that you could padlock the business. Now, the state, the Liquor Control Board, if you don't pay your state tax, they cannot renew your license. So does the county have that ability to join in, or obviously separate?
We don't have that ability. Our special tax group does report to the PLCB when there as much stuff as they can. They have a good relationship with them to try to get them to push on things. I don't know if you know any. I'm asking Deb if she knows any more about this. But so we can't do that. Philadelphia has a business permit, and if the entity's not paying their drink tax, then the city pulls the business permit, and then they can't be operating. And that's not something, my understanding is that's not something our county has enabled, and I haven't looked into it yet.
Yeah, there's no permit involved in a drink tax like the health board. They could pull your permit, padlock you, but when you mentioned padlock a bar because they don't pay,
To padlock a bar that doesn't pay, you have to take them to court and get a judgment.
and the court orders them to
And
lock
then-
their doors until they
No,
pay.
then you have the judgment and you take the judgment to the sheriff's office and you get a writ and you get a, then the lawyer talks.
So sounds like a huge process.
It's a big process.
Yeah,
But I hear it works. I hear you padlock them on a Friday
Yeah,
and you get paid on Friday.
okay.
But it's a lot of steps.
Okay.
They should just pay on time.
So I got a couple more questions. When you receive your county tax, it says that if you pay by a certain date, you get a discount.
Yes.
Is that a real discount, or is that what you really should pay? Or are you paying more for not being on time? You know what I'm saying? Is there a real discount to that?
I mean, you're paying 2% less to pay on that day.
Let's assume you owe $1,500.
Well, you owe $1,500 on the face date.
Yeah, that's the face.
And then you owe $1,500 minus 2% if you pay a month early.
So what if we were to eliminate the pay early and get the 2% and raise our revenues without a tax increase?
There's
just a question.
It's a question. I think, and we can look at, Tanisha will write it down so we look into it. I think there might be a state law that you have to have a discount date. And actually the space, the 1 month between the discount date and the face date is pretty unusual. Most places have like 2 months between the two. I think the 1 month between the two is not really great for a taxpayer.
I never really crunched the numbers, but I don't know if it's a real discount is what I'm trying to get at.
It's a discount if you're paying.
Well, I always pay the discount part.
Because it's a good deal.
That's why I always pay the discount. I also go, if I get the letter Monday, by Wednesday it's in the mail.
We love it.
I pay early, specifically when you're an elected official. You don't want to be late with your taxes, okay? My next question, and maybe you have the answer. Somebody told me once, but I can't remember. Why do we not license cats?
Because dogs get licensed because it's a very old thing where they used to they'd mess up some people's cattle and then there'd be a lawsuit about it. And so the dogs were licensed so that people could hunt down who was messing up their livestock. So that's why cats aren't licensed.
So, is it mandatory to license your dog by law?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. So would it benefit this county if we were to license cats?
I'm skeptical that you could.
We got we got over $100,000 here in income on dogs.
I think you're getting tired too.
No, listen, they're not eating the dogs and they're not eating the cats in Allegheny
I think
County.
you better go home and lay down.
About that. We're not doing that, but I know. But the bottom line is, I'll tell you why, because Oakmont and Verona have implemented ordinances about spade and neutering their cats and putting a collar and identification on a cat.
Oh.
So I'm thinking, gee, why don't we do cats through the county? Because if you lose your cat, at least somebody finds it, they'll know whose cat it belongs to.
I would encourage you to speak to your solicitor about getting that executed.
I mean, I'm just wondering if this council could implement some sort of a licensing for cats. You don't know.
We don't know. I mean, this one's a state law
really?
that your dog be licensed.
I mean, it sounds crazy, but I mean, what's a cat dog, Huh? $100,000 and they're increased their budget by 400, so that's 1/4 of your budget, okay? It's 100,000 you didn't have.
That's true.
That's my question. Okay, well, just a suggestion, that's all, and maybe some sort of an idea for new revenues, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how to follow that up.
Chair?
I'm not sure where to go from that one, Nick. I'm going to go home and call Animal Kingdom. Mr. DeMarco, you still on there?
If you love your cat, you lose.
Yes, Sam, you on there?
Paul Messina. Yep, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sure you're ready. Go ahead.
Madam Treasurer, thank you for coming before us today. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your cooperation and working with council, giving us a presentation previously, sitting down with us, sharing what your office was doing and things of that nature. I think more than a question, my comment is just that your department plays a critical role in collecting the revenues that we are supposed to collect. I think that's one of the things that we want to make sure. Before we go out and raise taxes or increase taxes or raise them on new folks, we would want to make sure that the ones that are paying are supposed to be paying. So I appreciate you doing everything that you can and implementing new systems and technologies to help ensure that we're able to collect from everyone that's supposed to be submitting payment to the county to try to keep the taxes that the taxpayers do pay as low as possible. Thank you, Treasurer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Treasurer. Thank you, Deb. Nice to see you guys again.
We appreciate
Nice
your
to see
time.
Shawan and Debbie out there in the crowd. Sorry it took so long, but someone asked a lot of questions towards the end here, but we appreciate everything you did. It's great to see everybody.
You
Have
never
a great
know.
night.
Have a good night. We do
never know
have
what I'm gonna say.
at least 5 public comments, right, Ken?
Assuming they're still here, yes.
Well, I will
Sorry.
say that I know 2 of them left.
Benjamin
the last
Chizar.
Because of you.
The last 2.
Benjamin
Some of them are
Chizar's
still
here.
I want to apologize first, sir. It was a long night. I know you were here in the elevator with me, so I appreciate you waiting all night long.
Good evening. I'm sad. I'm sad that we make the public wait 4 hours for 3 minutes. I'm sad that only 6 of you cared enough to stay to listen to the public. Budgets reflect priorities and values. They're also a societal measure of leadership and elected officials. By every measure, this council and this proposed budget has failed. Failed, like the F we receive every year for our polluted air. F for fiscal mismanagement, which in my opinion is corruption. I'm embarrassed to be a Democrat tonight. Another cliche about how we raise taxes on common people. And right before an important election that we were already losing. I was proud to knock on doors and get petitions for the executive, but not today. I'm glad some of the council has rejected this budget publicly. However, I believe this council is not blameless in the regular fiscal mismanagement, Mr. Chair. Using federal blood money to fill local budget holes is horrible leadership. I wish there was no federal money in local government. $35 trillion in federal debt is a crime against our people. I did not serve in our nation's military intelligence corps only to see our citizenry stepped on by a culture of corruption that is facilitated by politicians and media. These meetings are not properly noticed, as you can see by the turnout. No budget summary printed in all the local newspapers that I saw. Seems you want as little feedback and sunshine as possible. I don't know why. Who was involved in writing this budget? Did any other elected officials give input? 3 minutes is certainly not adequate enough to address this serious issue, so I have to come to 3 different meetings where I will endeavor to talk about revenue and expenditures. Taxes are already too high in Allegheny. High taxes are an impediment to economic growth and a society potential killer. Nothing says failed leadership like policy that kills a community's potential. We can't sell a green new economy based right here in Allegheny to the public, much less the business community and the bankers with high property taxes. A green new economy requires lower taxes. When all taxes are added together, Pennsylvania is amongst the highest tax in the United States. That is not something to be proud of, my fellow Democrats. To me, the issue is very clear. We must reassess all property in Allegheny, starting with large polluters, commercial properties, large nonprofits like the UPMC, move to new neighborhoods before legacy neighborhoods, and allow this new and fair appraisal to guide responsible spending, schedule regular reappraisals, speed up the appeals process, and then cut the dadgum millage once you see an accurate assessment of the value. People are hurting. Don't raise it 50%. You could cut the mills to 3.0 with an accurate assessment of the value of this county. There are plenty of areas to cut. There are priorities that have gone underfunded. I respectfully request that every member of this council take a public position for countywide reassessment, responsible fiscal management, and cutting the millage rate. May God bless Allegheny County and all who call her home.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Altenbaugh. Byron Zidell. Kevin Sheehan and Aya Suzuni.
That being said, meeting adjourned.
Chairman Palmasini, you did a fantastic job tonight. Yeah.
Bob.